if folks could make sure they see the green light on the mics. If you could see the green light on those, that would be great. Should be good to go. Thank you so much. We will now call the PACE Committee Promoting a Sustainable Easton meeting to order here on January 15th. As with all hybrid meetings, it's conducted in person and remotely over Zoom. Attendance by members may be in person or remote, and both count toward quorum. Meeting is going to be broadcast live and recorded on ECAT. To use Zoom on a computer or mobile device, you will need to download the Zoom application, create an account and ID. If telephone only, just use the meeting ID. While conducting hybrid meetings, we'll endeavor to keep the meeting operations as close to standard procedures as possible. However, using the remote platform will necessitate some additional meeting protocols and a dedicated resource, Dottie. While the board members, town staff are invited to speak to the chair in person, if folks on Zoom could be muted, public lines will be muted throughout the meeting. So on and so forth. All votes will be by roll call, and using Zoom are the normal buttons, raise your hand, all those good things. So appreciate having everybody here together just to get us started. First of all, I think the count is that, Chris, you are a voting member of the committee today, if I remember correctly, because Jim is not here. So cheers. You're in. Thank you, as always, for coming. Always value your opinion, and certainly tonight your vote. So if we could just go around the table, say your name, present, that would be great for kicking us all off.
Chris Cobb, here.
Jocelyn Byers here.
Captain Millett, here.
Marissa Souza here.
Tom Broussard, present.
Nancy Donahue, present.
Patrick Allen, present. Connor Reed, present.
Wendy Nightingale present.
Chris Mills present.
Alicia Cabral present.
Denise Higgins here. Dottie Fulgenetti here.
Love it. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. It's really good to see you all. 5 simple agenda items for us tonight to digest. Hopefully not 1 hour per item, but it might be. First item is a debrief of the January 8th Queesit House open house feedback from all of the committee members. So I'd love to probably just go around the horn, and since we started with Chris last time, Dottie, if it's okay, start with you. But love to get everybody's feedback, individual conversations they may have had, key points like that may have come up that either at the meeting or subsequent as a result of the meeting. That way it'll help inform us like where we may want to spend some time, or maybe we missed some places where we had an opportunity to clarify or add value or color. But Dottie, I shall let you go first.
Well, I will say I was shocked at how many people attended. I really thought on a freezing cold night we'd have that many people, and
Yeah.
I was very pleasantly surprised. A lot of people that I didn't know, which was even better, to see a lot of new faces there. I was in the education room, so we had, and I was with Denise, we had a couple of people come over and ask some questions, and it was very respectful, thoughtful dialogue. Everybody seemed very surprised and interested in what was going on. And everybody said that they couldn't believe that we had this open house, how great it was to invite the public in. So it was
Sweet.
definitely a big hit.
Awesome. Denise?
Yeah, I echo what Dottie said because it was cold out. And we have a lot of people that weren't shy about us coming up to individual people and asking questions. I think it was a little bit difficult talking because a lot of people were stopping and saying that they had just received their tax bills. So it wasn't great timing for us having had that event. But nevertheless, it's an issue that we're going to be dealing with. And so people were speaking their minds, and it was heavy on a lot of people.
Cool. Any topics or themes or anything that you feel we could maybe give more information on to support the dialogue and the conversation?
There were a lot of questions. I think that, and I mentioned to you that I had a few people that were asking about the school budget being broken out in the same format as the municipal side, so that there was some transparency or some uniformity in how it was presented. So I mentioned that I heard that question.
Sure.
I'm just trying to think of some other questions I might have given to you because I did give you a follow-up after.
Sure. Thanks to, so just so that you know and the team knows, we're going to have a robust presentation tonight on school information presented in a different way. Thank you, Dr. Cabral and your team for helping. Nancy, thank you as well for helping. So maybe we'll be able to get to that and just reinforce some principles For example, if I remember correctly, I think the reason it's different, at least in the book, is because of
can
the way
talk about it if you
Desi
want me to.
reports about it.
Yeah, I actually wrote it down as what I was going to say, and
Cool.
only the second person stole it. So it's okay, Denise. I'm happy to share.
Right, exactly. But Denise, that's a good point,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is making sure we're giving information in a way that it can be consumed
100%.
and understood, right? So that's a perfect point.
Yeah.
Thanks, Denise. Dr.
So yes, so long time ago when we did our presentation, we talked about DESI chart of accounts, but I think it's very important to repeat for people that might be engaged now that maybe weren't before. Unlike any other department in the town, the Department of Education mandates the chart of accounts we use. That means the lines, the name of the line, and the code number that goes with it. And that's how we have to report our budget to them. We don't have any other option. And that's going to look different than the other town departments. The school committee this year codified that by making it policy that that is how they want it presented to them. We do quarterly reports to them. They want it the same way we report it to the state. So now it's actually more aligned than ever before. And that is how Andrea has been, the finance director has been presenting it to the school committee. Because of those two mandates of us, that is how it will be presented. So it's always going to look a little bit different than the other towns, the other departments. This last budget book was actually even different than that and shorter than ever because the DESI chart of accounts changed. And so we had to take every single line item and change it to the new line item. And some of them were collapsed together, some of them were separated, and so we had to do a lot of that work. And it was finalized. Now, obviously, the town has a deadline by which they have to publish the book for the budget. And so we gave them the synopsis with all the salient details and totals. But if you look, it has always been on our website and on the town website. When you see budget book, if you look right under it, it says school department budget, and it is in that DESI chart of accounts.
Got it.
And it's also on our business office website. It was there as soon as it was finished. We've had it there. But people may not think to look there. So I really appreciate it. I got that question as well, and I really appreciated that question because the person who asked me was very honest. She said, you know, the way I looked at it was, this department's being transparent, this department being transparent, and this one's not. Mm-hmm. Well, technically, we're potentially more transparent because every purchase we make is with a purchase order, every line we do is through DESI, everything's recorded and sent to them, so we do have it all. We're happy to provide it, but last year was an anomaly because of the timing, but it is available and it's on those two sites. Going forward, it is going to still look different though, because we can't have the same. Like I looked at it today as an example, and for example, a town department will have one line that says overtime. We don't have that. We have, it's done differently. So we can't have it look the same as other departments do.
Sounds good.
So
what were your thoughts about the
I thought it was really great. I was very happy with the turnout. I really appreciated people coming out at all, never mind on such a cold night. We were busy the whole time.
Nice.
Thanks to Marissa, was my sidekick, my partner, did a great job helping me. Even in that occasion, that person said they didn't have it. She pulled up her computer and pulled it right up for her to see that it is available there, and we made sure that she was able to get it. But we don't know those things unless people tell us and they can't find it. So, and certainly if they need an explanation, we're willing to provide it. So we very much appreciate when people just ask us questions directly and maybe not infer there's a reason for it. We will always give the information that people are looking for. So
Sweet.
For that reason, I really appreciated every single question.
Nice.
And honestly, it's what we have been trying to engage people in doing for years. So I was actually very thrilled, probably more than a person should be.
Yeah.
Just because we were able to get people talking about this, which we've been trying to do for a long time.
That's cool. That's
So
great
I
feedback.
appreciated the opportunity to share information.
Thank you. Chris?
Mixed reviews, but I have been asked post when you guys gonna do another one. I thought that was a great idea, so I think some people that were at this one are planning on going to another one, should we have them.
Yeah, we will.
And from the public safety side, it was nice to hear. I didn't realize you guys are doing this with that, or this with that, like making do. So, definite support. I did find it disappointing to see on social media the next day people jumping to conclusions that were complete inaccuracies based on the open house. But I guess that's always going to be the way. But
Yep.
it is what it is.
Appreciate
But
that.
positive.
Awesome.
If there are any of those about the school department, can we know about it? Because we're not on that kind of platform.
Sure. Probably,
Okay.
I would imagine they're more private accounts that might be sharing that.
Okay, but if there's
Nothing on
information,
PASE.
I guess I mean, if there's information I can provide to anybody,
Sure.
we would
Yeah.
be thrilled to do it. Because
Yeah.
I just don't want it presumed like maybe we know. I have no idea. So
Yeah,
I'd
that's
be
a great
happy
call.
to get the,
Not just Chris, but everybody. If you
Information
see
people.
on
Yeah.
social
Absolutely.
media, like
Yeah.
75 times somebody says, look, the town spends $10 billion on tree planting, like let us know so we can make sure we can demonstrate we're not planting $10 billion worth of trees, if that makes sense. And that way just try to get the right information into the right hands. Cool.
Can I put
Thanks.
you on the spot? And sure. Yeah, great. So about the open house, like what as far as like mixed reviews or not positive feedback about the open house, what?
So mixed reviews meaning, like I had some positive, and then I felt negative about what people were saying the next day,
Yeah.
based on me watching them ask questions. And
Were these people who went?
yeah, some
Yeah.
of them, yeah. That's what was frustrating, because there's always a lot of people that are mouthy that don't go, and it's like there's nothing
Sure.
you can do. But the people that took the time to go and
Yeah.
then said things, that's very, very frustrating. There's nothing we can do about it. I would like more. It was a great turnout, but I also felt that 90% of the turnout was all pro PASE, pro. We need to attack that 10% that is anti. How to do that, I'm not sure, but I'm not trying to be negative.
I know I'm
about
not. I'm just genuinely curious. That's
And
all.
I'm trying to
Particularly
be-
about somebody who.
polite because I'm on camera.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna mark that down. The light on camera.
when you want them to be nice, pull out a
Wendy?
camera.
So I was pleased by how sincerely interested people were. They weren't angry. They were just curious. They wanted information. One thing that I was asked about that I thought was interesting is I got asked if the building project had stopped because we had found some endangered salamanders on the property, to which I had told them, oh, no, our bids are due at the end of this month, and we are moving forward with the project.
Yeah. Okay, so that's good. No endangered salamanders.
Yeah.
Specifically the
project.
public safety building project.
Yes.
Yes, public safety, public works,
Oh,
yes.
could I add one more thing?
Of course.
I did ask, and this is a recurring thing. Until last year, I didn't realize the difference in overrides. A lot of people have asked that as far as how we pay for buildings versus, so,
Yep.
if we, the next time, that still is a very frequent question.
Good.
Sorry.
No, that's a great question. It actually, so I have
And
had
how
a-
they're paid back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nancy and I had a slide that we included in the deck for our presentation that we will be sharing with you tonight. One of the key considerations is making sure you look at a project from every stakeholder's viewpoint. One of them is the residents and their tax bill. So we have a detailed tax bill slide so that you can all be informed, and hopefully it'll give you context for when you have that conversation, because that's one of the hardest ones, which is, look, it's taxes, it's my bill, it's going up, and I already have high taxes. And without information, that can be a challenge for you all to answer. So we pulled something together for our presentation, and we'll share it with you tonight. Wendy, thank you. Anything else? So salamanders are good. Sorry.
So, yes, so I was happy
Salamanders.
to clear up that misinformation, so.
Cool. Mr. Reed?
I'm really happy with the turnout. we borrowed, I think, as a team pretty heavily from the planning profession for something like that. Budgets are not usually discussed in a kind of open house or charrette type format. They're usually discussed in this format, which is very detailed and not exciting for folks to sit and engage. And so I think having it at Queeset House, which is a public asset that I think people are proud of, that makes them feel good about being in Easton, and having breakout rooms where, because not everyone has the same level of interest in every department, and that's not because departments aren't important, but just where you are in your life, you may be more interested in what's going on in police and fire or in the schools. Wendy and I were in the general government and tax room, so I don't know if I would agree that 90% of people who came in were like pro and necessarily excited. We had some folks who were a little pointed, but people were civil. But that's good. And what I thought was really encouraging is I didn't know most of the people who came to my room, which is good because, it's like why we have PASE. We had budget subcommittee. We still have it, but budget subcommittee was town and school and elected finance officials sitting in empty rooms talking to each other about what we know without any real engagement, and that was not constructive, right? And so broadening the tent and bringing more people in, especially folks who maybe are engaging for the first time, I think is really important. I think there was a really sincere level of concern with folks. A lot of folks came in, and I think having the graphics printed, thank you, was huge help and was a great conversation starter for folks, because some people are visual learners, some people it's more just talking it through. And that was really great. I did have folks, Tom, to your point, not necessarily tying it to the building projects specifically, but I think the very first person, and there was kind of a line for a while, it came in to say, this is a hard situation. I understand finance. This looks like it's a tax increase. Our tax is already high. Tell me I'm wrong. And I said, well, I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to start you out with disappointment. If you thought you were going to come in and I was going to tell you your taxes are cheap, I'm not going to do that. That's a very personal choice, right? And within a couple minutes, that person, to his credit, was kind of laughing, and we were having a good conversation. And there was a lot of conversations like that night, not just that I was able to have with folks, but I overheard other people having. So I just really appreciate people coming in. There was a lot of people who were really worried. Some people were pretty upset. And there was many, I think at one point in your room, which was standing room only, there was a question of, from a kind of formality perspective, who's the person who's going to put the budget on the warrant? And I think you said Connor, and he's downstairs. And so then after that, people came very specifically, what are you specifically going to do?
Right.
And I told them, which is under the current set of circumstances, while we can't get into exact number and type of positions, the projected deficit is north of 5 million. As you can see in front of you, it's actually greater than that. And absent a huge increase of revenue, which would have to be through an override, which is not necessarily on the table and not a given, and not my choice unilaterally, there will be a balanced budget that goes to town meeting that will be deeply regressive and will cut positions across the town and school government and will turn Easton in a different direction. Careful to not fearmonger. We're not going to go from a great community to receivership in 1 year. But we are certainly going to turn away from the incremental trajectory towards great and start going in the other direction. And it takes a long time to turn that around. And so as things stands now, I have every expectation that May 19th is going to be a brutally painful town meeting where no one is going to be happy with the situation. The alternatives are also painful and hard. And so the people who didn't turn around and leave by this point, they appreciated that I was not pulling punches with them. And I don't think anyone in that open house or on this committee was. And so there was a lot of, okay, well, what do we do? Great, we came to an open house. Now what? And I think I could speak for myself, Dr. Cabral, probably for the select board and the school committee, that one of the things that's really, really hard about how we do budgets and local government is while they take months and months and months to build, and while there's touch points publicly as they iterate, most people are going to engage at town meeting, at which point there's a big difference between people's procedural right to amend things, which they of course have, and their ability to affect structural or systemic change, which you cannot achieve on the floor of town meeting moving things around with a budget this size, right? And people, to their credit, I think recognize that, but it's very frustrating. It's like, well, I got told to go to town meeting and I'm here, and now you're saying I could rearrange things and it doesn't necessarily change the bigger picture. And so what I hope last week was the start of, and whether it's additional open houses, is that a lot of those folks stay engaged in the next 4.5 months and follow the process and continue giving us all in our respective roles feedback. And I try to really impress that with people. Like, I have a fiduciary obligation. Like, I'm going to put a balanced budget forward. And somebody asked, well, you can't be happy about that. I said, of course I'm not happy about it. Like, I'm somewhat biased though, right? You're gonna have a hard time finding a town administrator who doesn't believe in the value of public service and investing in public service and public education. But it's also a very real consideration that we have done 2 debt exclusions since 2019, that the cost of living has exploded in all sorts of areas not related to our business, and that there's really just a menu of some really hard choices that our hope, my hope of folks who came to pay that open house and hopefully are following along with this, is that we recognize that as hard as those choices are, the only way out is through, and that we're going to have to try to do it together. And and this is going to be really hard, and I'm not trying to depress everyone, but the closer we get to town meeting, and this is the case of any group of any people and scarce resources, trying to keep ourselves together as we make these hard decisions and not succumb to infighting is going to be incredibly hard. Right, and it's going to be tempting and cathartic for folks, particularly on the sideline, to blame or throw rocks and say, if this one thing hadn't happened, we wouldn't be here, or if this one choice wasn't made, or if this one position wasn't hired. And the scale of what we're dealing with is so much beyond that. And so that was the conversation I was having with a lot of folks. And there's people who were very clear, like out of the gate, I do not want to see any more tax increases, period. And there was people saying, I want there to be an override. But everyone seemed really sincere and thoughtful that there's no easy path forward.
Sure. Appreciate that. So, thank you. Mr. Helen?
Connor took my answer.
Awesome.
You weren't even in my room, so that's impossible.
So I was in the DPW fire police room, which, to be fair, I chose because I wanted to hang out with the chiefs more than anything. But I also, as a parent of school-age children, I am often on the front lines of like school as the benefit of my household's focus, right? Like the idea of like that is the thing that I can point to. You know, I'm not often in the presence of the others other than DPW, obviously. So I intentionally went to that room to get a different layer. Kudos on, and echoing the graphic point, I had people come in the room, probably in similar stances, who literally stopped at each board, and like you could see them reading like every piece of it to understand the overall scope. And then really it was just a deeper conversation. Like I think Chief Alexander at one point did a great job, he always does, but did a great job of like going over the fact that people were coming in trying a solution. People were coming in with, well, what if? And have you considered, and what about? And he was like, very patiently, he was like, yes, I've been here 8 years, or 7 years. I've been here for 7 years, and every year we go through this. So I appreciated the fact that there were people coming in surprised at the scope of the problem, because if they tell 2 friends, and they tell 2 friends, And then at the same time, they were looking at it from that truly thoughtful aspect of trying to solve the problem while the problem is in mid-flight. Appreciated that. I talked to some of the members of the select board for a while, and then I tried to get into your room, but not cool enough to get into the standing room only room. Overall, I also echoed the point of really impressed with the turnout, really shocked that people came out on such a cold night, and impressed with the overall thoughtfulness that everybody had in bringing it in. We did have some grumpy people. We had people that were on the opposite side of that school divide and saying, well, I'm older and I'm retired, and the things that I care about more are response times. How do we fix that? And it was like, more to echo your point, there's no fix. There's no easy fix for this. There's no, oh, we forgot to check the couch. That's where the other $6 million was. So it was heartening to see people engaging, but also just to the same stage that we've been in this entire time. It was also very much a struggle to get people all on the same page and understand that this is a problem that's not, there's no easy fix and there's no fix. This is just going to be the way out is through across the board.
Sweet. I'm going to skip us for now because we're going to close and then lead into the commentary
great
and
idea.
slides that we received. So if I could.
Sure. Everything everyone said, I pretty much can echo in my room, which I was with Dr. Cabral in the education room, and I didn't know going into it what to expect, and was pleasantly surprised that there was an overwhelming turnout, and our greeters were just like dealing with the influx that was consistently coming in. I think with Chris's point as well, though, the majority of the people that I was privileged to talk to were overwhelmingly supportive. They were there because they cared and they wanted to have these conversations. And so very, very few interactions that I have were people like, well, I don't think the schools deserve more money. So I appreciated that perspective, but then in following up, the next day with colleagues, like, oh, how did it go? And hearing their perspective and talking to them, many had brought up the idea, well, like, there are those in town that aren't involved in the school system and are looking at this from a different perspective. And so I think it's kind of worthwhile to reach out and consider how we can bring those people in, because everyone is in their own echo chamber. So if you're there because you want to be there, it's one thing. If you're already have your mind made up and you don't want to listen, it's another.
Sure.
And then I think the only interaction that I did have that I thought was super beneficial to reflect on here was one gentleman had come in and had brought up the point, well, not that I don't care about schools, but I don't have any school-age children. So what is the benefit of me putting money forth towards the schools? And it was a really productive conversation to see him be like, oh, okay, I can see now like the full scope of it. So more people like that, if we can have conversations with them to see, like, this is something that's a bigger picture that will have long-term effects, I think would be super beneficial.
Sweet. Kathy?
As one of the two breeders, it was great. All the people coming in out of the cold, we just thanked them so much for coming because it was so freezing. One of the questions or comments that I put forward to you guys was just about reaching out to some of those people that might be older, have the fixing to come, and might be tied in with the Council of Aging, but that might not be the right term for it. But if because they said that they get a newsletter, and that would be a good way to kind of reach out to them or to embed that somewhere within the newsletter.
Agreed.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Jim. Jocelyn?
So sort of on the newsletter theme, there were some people too, it might have been the same group of ladies actually, that were saying, just in general, how do people find out about this? I only know because, my friend here told me about it, but I wouldn't have known otherwise. And then we mentioned that it's been in the, what are they called? The town crier.
Yeah.
And they're like, what is that? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I thought we were the only ones who didn't know what that was. And then it made me realize a lot of people don't know what that is. And I wished I had a printed QR code, solution, here, scan this. And she's like, well, I get all these emails from the town about my dog license. Why don't they just send me the town crier? And then I start explaining. That was a good line. I start explaining privacy law, and I'm like, she doesn't care. So you have to opt in. And so, I wanted to bring that up as a takeaway, that needs to be, in general, to learn of all town things for the future. How do we get that out there?
Sure.
Overall, people were so happy. So it was, I hate to sound surprised that people were so happy, but it's not really the happiest of topics. And as people were leaving, we were trying to gauge, how did it go? What was your experience? And I mean, a lot of people were smiling and they were really appreciative that we had this. And so early, they said, sometimes things like this happen just right before, and it's nice that you gave us a lot of time. So they were just happy and appreciative of the opportunity. Wondering what the next steps were was another thing. And then I just thought this was an interesting, so I wrote this down, but it was a very specific comment, but it was someone that came down from the presentation, and it was cool to see how passionate people were too. They're like, oh my gosh, do you know how much we're spending on da-da-da, or not spending, or whatever. And someone said, and I didn't listen to the presentation because I stayed downstairs, so I don't know, but I just wanted to mention this. They were like, does Norton pay, do you know how much Norton pays, or Wheaton pays Norton? And why aren't we getting that from Stonehill? And, so I did get a sense some people, like, they understood the problem, but they also did feel like there's got to be something else that Easton can do. Like, that did come out in some of the comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Well, I was kind of a roamer, so I didn't go to any room in particular, just kind of roamed around and talked with people. One thing that I would say is that it appeared to be a large crowd. Everybody said it's a large crowd, but it was a small building.
Right.
And so it can look large and still not be large. But it was large enough that the room where the show was, the first show, 6:30, there were people waiting outside at the door, and there were people coming up the stairs who had to actually leave because there wasn't enough room. So the next time, for your shows, you need a much bigger room.
It was our first stop on the tour, so
Yeah.
we just didn't really know.
We thought about selling tickets.
But right, yeah,
Tickets to
yeah.
catch.
So,
Yeah. So for context, I think 50 to 75 people, wherever we fell in that range, to show up to a public event, just so that you all know,
Yeah, that's
is
a huge turnout.
beyond huge. Like the public safety beginning meetings were not
We had 5.
5.
And that was after sending a postcard to every single address in Easton. They grew, and by the end we got there, but to start with this is very
So feel good.
encouraging.
Like,
It's
yeah.
a good problem to have.
Yeah.
well, there were people coming up the stairs that actually turned around and went back down again.
Yes.
We'd say, I'd say to them, because I was up there at the entrance, I'd say, well, there's another show at 7:30. It's
7:30.
probably just as good.
Probably be better. That's cool.
And also, I lost my voice at the end, so there's something in the atmosphere of the building itself. Of course, my voice sounds kind of hoarse now too, but but other than that, I just agree with what everybody
Sure.
said.
Cool. Jen?
I was in the revenue and taxation room with Connor and Wendy. And Jim, you were in with us too, right? What I was most surprised about was that other than, a handful of people who I knew who kind of, waved walking past, the people I actually spoke with were all people I didn't know.
That's cool.
I've been here for 20 years. I'm an elected official. I've met and spoken with a lot of people. There are a lot of people out there who we have not been connecting with who showed up. I was really encouraged by how many people I spoke to are relatively new to Easton.
Yeah.
I spoke to somebody who had come through the Citizens Academy and was very complimentary of that,
Yeah.
and had spoken about how, coming from a large city, coming into a small town government, you literally don't know how it works, right?
Yeah.
Without a city council and a mayor and all of that. And so I think, it's nice to see those efforts like the Citizens Academy, yielding,
That's cool.
attracting people who are coming into town and who are really interested in how everything works. Some of my conversations, there were folks who maybe work or have a spouse who works in a similar community to Easton that's going through budget struggles, and we're able to speak to how, and I think, Connor, you had touched on this a little bit, how when things get tough, people start finger pointing and blaming, and things fall apart. So a good cautionary tale and reminder there that when that sort of behavior starts, it's really hard to stop, and it's not productive, and it doesn't get to problem solving. And then again, I was impressed with the turnout. Lots and lots of positive feedback on the graphics. So great job on the graphics. good job, not only on the, the visuals, but the savviness about pulling out the particular pieces of information. They were very provocative, and I think helpful and eye-opening for people. So great job to, everybody who put all of the work behind the scenes, arranging for refreshments and DPW, dropping things off and picking things up. As somebody who got to just come in and stand there and smile and talk to people with a name tag on, it was an event that I know a lot of effort went into making it a success, and I think it was a success. I've sort of been continuing an offshoot of the tour with folding this into work we're doing with just reconnecting with PTAs and PACs in general, which is something that the school committee does and is getting back to. So we had a meeting at Blanche Ames. I joined their PAC meeting Monday night and spoke about general school committee stuff, but this was a big topic of conversation. And the big takeaway was, what do we do? How do we get involved? What's next?
Nice.
So there's a lot of people who are, once they're hearing about this, are eager to know, okay, what do we do? So I'll be at the RO PTA meeting tomorrow night with the same messaging, and then we're connecting, scheduling some time with EMS. EMS is a smaller, really much smaller parent group, but between Blanche Ames and RO, they tend to have, a pretty sizable group that comes together, and the people who come together are naturally people who are engaged and interested in the schools and in the town. So, so just continue to look for those opportunities to share. But that what can we do? What's next?
Awesome.
So we need to get out. Oh, and there was somebody there who had, through the school messenger, not the messenger, what is it called? Parent Square. The Parent Square notification. See, old habits die hard. Parent Square notification on one of the PASE blurbs that had come through there, had checked out the website and complimented the website, the PASE page in the town website. Thought it was very well laid out, and really loved how it, how organized it was in terms of, if you want to know a little, if you want to take a deeper dive, if you want to look at everything under the sun. So good job on
That's cool.
on that organization and structure. That was well received.
That's great feedback. Jim?
Yeah, I don't. Thank you. I was in the taxation and revenue room. I had some very good conversations with, again, people I don't know from town, which was great. Generally, I would say the population I spoke with skewed older, lived in 55-plus communities that were private, and they had some very good feedback on questions about our community pays for a lot of our infrastructure. We rely mostly on police, fire from the town. Not that they said this, but boiling it down to kind of like what is the benefit to us of a potential override if that's part of the solution. And that was a different perspective. I guess I just didn't know enough about those types of communities and how they're structured, what they're responsible for or not. So, and generally what I heard, the theme was pro-growth as a solution to solve the problem, even though that they understood that as a longer term solution. Not necessarily, I would say, population growth, but pro-business growth, which I think was good to hear. And that's pretty much my main takeaways from.
Cool.
Yeah, if I could add, I appreciate Jim reminding me of that. That was a through line with both folks who had the kind of perspective of, I don't have kids in the schools, I'm on a fixed income, and I think we had some good conversations with some of those folks talking about how, even if you're on a private road, like there's still a lot of economic benefit of, every building you go into is inspected by someone, the food you eat has been inspected by somebody, the roads you drive on have been plowed and maintained. That doesn't mean that you necessarily feel you're getting your full value. That's a personal call. But so there was folks on that end of that view, and then folks whose view was, well, I don't want to see millions of dollars of cuts. There should be an override. But often, despite those being differing viewpoints, a lot of those folks were saying, well, let's kind of rip the lid off on growth. And I said, that's great feedback, but, and Chris, you can corroborate this to an extent, that's not necessarily what the perspective of folks in Easton has historically been, right? And that doesn't mean we don't talk about that, and I think PACE has to talk about that. But yeah, that came up repeatedly.
Appreciate it. Nancy?
Okay, and I think it might be a good point after I make some comments to distribute this and
Yeah,
talk in
both of
detail.
us. Do you want me to go first, and then you can make comments, or do you want to make your comments and then I'll make mine?
All right, you go first, and then I will.
6 and a
get
half.
to- Yep.
First of all, huge thank you. Like, again, I know we talked about it, 50 to 75 people is a huge turnout. Everybody was engaged. Everybody was asking questions. Eyes had a spark to them. So I'm a big fan of reading the room, watching where people's eyes are. And if you're making contact and people are engaged and they're nodding their head or they're reading I hope you all appreciate how hard that is to create. Sometimes you try to do it and it falls flat and it's boring and it sucks and it's horrible. So huge credit to you. Connor, huge credit to the team for setting it up. I think Dr. Cabral, the team donated like 35 easels somehow. I hope they all got back.
It was a lot.
It's 50.
It was a lot moving around.
But the chairs got set up, the technology worked, so there's just a lot of people power that made that night possible, let alone our committee and all of your engagement, which was awesome. I said I would say it on camera, but I have huge feedback on the greeters. Huge, you know what? It's a professional, nice touch so that when somebody comes in, they don't clog up the entranceway. They feel like they are important from the first moment they cross the threshold, and that you are treating them professionally, giving them information and educating them into the right direction to go. That's a nice touch. So just whoever idea it was for the greeters and whoever you two volunteered, or if somebody put you up to it, it was a great choice and well done. The other thing that I wanted to point out, and I probably should have said this before, and I learned this when I ran on the select board. There will be people that fundamentally do not agree with you in any conversation. They don't want to agree to you. They really don't want to hear your information. And they really are there just to give you whatever it is that they want to share. Their opinion, their feedback, whatever it is. And I wanted to empower you all to recognize that at a certain point, it's okay for you to step back. Like, right? Like, if I got questions about why there were so many squirrels in Easton, I'd be like, not a PACE committee charge. Appreciate that, and so I learned, I call it practicing the pause by some great mentors, that look, I'm not going to respond to the emotional question you just asked, but I do want to try to support perhaps whether it's like you're getting at something kind of good, right? Like one of the questions I received was, why don't we do a good job at procuring and selling our trucks? My reply was, well, I know we just bought one from Texas because we're part of a national consortium, and that seems pretty far away to go to get the best deal. And by the way, you should go talk to these people downstairs, which leads me into my next comment, which is having the people downstairs was invaluable for us as presenters. Just so like, if I didn't know something, it was go talk to the expert. Avalon came up, right? Like got hit on Avalon. It's soaking up our resources. Why did we do that? It must cost us a fortune. And then, like I messed up. I forgot that it was close to $10 million they gave us. 8.6?
It was 3.9 million in sewer mitigation and 2.65 million in general mitigation, and their taxes are over $1 million. So
got it. So call it 6 million. So like I said to somebody, like it was not all cost. Like they gave us a huge chunk of money to mitigate their impact and enabling us to connect into the sewer. So in Mansfield, like a lot of benefit, right? So they were like, oh, I didn't know that. It's like, and then I said, please go talk to Chief Alexander and Chief Boone to like ask them. And they immediately said, we receive no more increased calls per person there than anywhere else in our town. More happen there because there's more people there. That's a direct quote from the chief. So having a chief say that to a person was invaluable versus Nancy and I saying that. So go see the school superintendent. You have a question about our performance and how we're doing. So just wanted to say thank you. You guys don't know how invaluable it was, because then like I went down and asked the chiefs afterwards, and they were like, oh yeah, I told them. And they were like, oh, thank you so much for sharing. And diffused an entire train of thought amongst 45 people in a room that Avalon was the cause of our problem, right? So, which is our job, to educate and to inform. If you don't know something, like if you get uncomfortable, please know, and I'm gonna use Connor, because I use like go see Connor or go see Alicia, like multiple times. one person said to Connor, like, he threw you under the bus. And thank you, Connor, for saying this next thing.
That's okay.
And he said, absolutely not. Like, he did the right thing. He put you in touch with the person who has the answer. So I just want to also empower all of you who are new to this. Like, somebody's hitting me up on the population of chipmunks. Like, I don't know, ask somebody else. Like, first of all, if it's not germane, feel free to push back. But if it is, say, I don't know that answer. Let me go ask someone. You know, there's so much experience here that we're happy to help. So don't ever feel bad about that either. I've heard it a couple times, so not picking on anybody. But I've heard that, and I think Denise said this a couple of meetings ago, and I love it, and I have stuck to it. This is not a bad thing. I said it in our presentation. I'm saying it to you all now. We are not here for a bad thing. It is a difficult thing. It is a hard thing. And it could be a great thing that sets the community up for the next 5, 10 years. It may turn into something that is less than desirable. But I just want you to know your work isn't bad. This work that we're doing here was so appreciated by the people in that meeting that they loved it. Like, they, in our presentation, and please jump in, they got it. Like, our presentation was, here's the problem. And when we get to it, you'll see they drew the same examples of dynamic tension that we drove. First thing they gave us was, we love our green space and rec. We love it. On the problem side, we need new growth. Like, okay, it's great that you said that, because on our slide where we tell you 1/3 of our town is preserved and non-taxable or minimally taxable due to Stonehill. We got Stonehill guy too. I don't know who said that, but we got Stonehill guy. Great ideas, but they were like, oh, like, and I said to that room, you did this. Like, this isn't somebody put together a budget. Like, you voted it. So the minute you voted it, just so that I think we all have this, but we all own who we are. Our residents own that. You voted for the budget. You voted for the school committee, you voted for the select board. And so sharing that with the residents, I felt like gave them some responsibility. And I also, you'll see the slide, acknowledged, you have the second highest tax bill in all of the surrounding communities that we have. You're not wrong. You're remiss if you don't bring up the fact that you have the second highest home value in all of our surrounding communities. That's not fair. And we'll show you on the slide. But people, like, that hit them. They were like, oh, I get it. Like, he's not telling me, like, oh, it's because we don't give him enough. No, like, you give us plenty, relative, I guess. But because of being a residential forward community, like, 1/3 of your town is protected. We don't have, nor do we really want, an incredibly large Gillette Stadium commercial base. I mean, everybody might say that, but then, God forbid, you put a Taco Bell on the corner of 5 Corners, and those 50 people come out and say, I don't want to drive through here. Do you know how crappy the traffic is? Not in my backyard. Do you know how hard it is to get out of my driveway already? All valid. But think about that, like a Taco Bell. 50 people showed up on that call, which I listened into, which is fascinating, about why it's horrific to have a drive-through of Taco Bell 5 Corners. And I kind of get it. You dropped one within 50 feet of my house, I'd probably be unhappy. Be a little weird, they probably wouldn't last, but I get it. Like, it's and I think the residents got that from our presentation. Like, we're not here to tell you that, like, here's your answer. We're here to tell you that everything you love about Easton is contributing to part of the challenge of why we have a difficulty with our revenue stream that's been talked about for 5 years. So it was cool. Let me see, make sure I got everything else. Oh, transparency. So this came up, and we're going to talk about it at this board. I want to remind you all, transparency takes 2 people. I can walk you up to the literal person and tell you what their salary is, and you may say, I don't believe you. Fine, it's public knowledge, public info. And if you don't believe me, that's on you. But I am being transparent. And so when people were in that room, we didn't get a lot of it, but we got a lot of we'd like to see, which is good. Like, maybe the presentation I have for you tonight is a reflective of I did not do a good job, because wherever, I'll blame Nancy too, mostly Nancy, you guys like her more. But if we didn't answer their questions and we got 3 or 4 questions, we missed a chance. That's okay. But tonight, you all will be given a chance to consume information, specifically about the schools tonight, in the most granular of detail, so that you can all leave here and say, I feel comfortable with all of the detail I have, and I know exactly where we're spending our money in the schools. and I can communicate that to somebody else. I'm not asking you to agree with it. I'm not asking you to understand to the finest penny that you are aligned. That alignment is not transparency. So I just want to be clear, because that came up a lot, and I want to make sure you all know it takes two. So that's another one where if you've led the horse to water and you're talking to somebody for like 4 hours, you got to move on. Like, that person just wants to say no to you. Or they're like, I don't need to hear more because I believe it and I'm good. Let them go. Like, I think, who said it? 10% of this population? Like you said it, I think, Chris, right? 10% of the population are gonna, like, how do we reach the 10% that aren't gonna get it? It's a great question.
I don't know if it's 10.
Yeah, it might be 5.
Yeah.
I can tell you when I ran for the select board, I immediately realized 5% of the population hates me, never met me. And 5% of the population loves me, never met me. There's not much I can do with that 10%. I just can't. Like, ones that hate me, I could probably deliver a baby, save another baby, and give mouth-to-mouth to a baby deer that got hit by a car, and they'd be like, I don't like you, I don't trust you, and I think you're evil. Sorry, I don't know what to do. And the 5 that love me, I could probably run over a baby deer, and they'd be like, great job, like, you hit him square on. And so I just want you all to know that you should feel empowered to feel that way.
A hook.
It's not even 9 o'clock.
I know, right?
We gotta get him off.
We
Everyone's
can
going.
we're hitting deer.
Before he gets to the running.
Trying to see when I can cut in, but I'm waiting for him to take a breath.
The
I'm
dead
almost
deer.
done.
That's when you jump in.
I'm waiting for a
dead
breath.
Almost done. Almost done. I think that's it. I have a
Really?
couple other things I'll bring up
Take
in
20
the,
more.
the list. For the record, I counted and I was shorter and briefer than Connor.
Not a high bar.
Well, okay,
Okay.
can you distribute
I
those
can.
around? And I don't know if you want to put this up for folks as well.
I will.
But
I'm going to plug in IT director.
to everybody's point, the engagement was amazing, and that really became apparent. Tom and I had this 20-minute presentations planned, and the presentation ended up going for like an hour and 20 minutes. And part of the reason for that was, instead of just starting out with slides to give people, we tried sort of the teaching technique of engaging people with some opening questions, with some leading questions. And, you know, I remember asking the first question and thinking, like you do in a classroom, is anybody going to participate? And we couldn't shut it down. And I mean that in a good way. It was wonderful. So you'll see this is the reflection of things we ended up, some of you saw writing on a whiteboard. I was sort of facilitating and Tom was writing, and questions were being asked, and it just was such a natural dialogue. But we asked the question, what would you celebrate about Easton? What are some challenges or opportunities that we face in Easton? And then if a new resident were to consider living here, what would you tell them? And so you can kind of quickly look down these things. And first of all, I guess I would ask, is there anything that surprises you, or when you read sort of this abbreviated shorthand, you're saying, I have no idea what that refers to? Let me start with that. Is there anything jumping out at you?
Oh, sorry. I was reading this as these are all related in each column, not that they're independent.
No, these
So I
are
was like,
three
what are the
independent
public
columns.
Transportation challenges.
Oh,
Right. So
that
first-
makes more sense.
first
I was
column
going
is-
across, I'm
Oh,
like,
gosh.
this
Answering the
is-
question,
First
what do you
column is-
celebrate about Easton?
Yes.
Okay.
Got
So
it,
we
got
had,
it,
you
got
know, a
it.
whiteboard to write 3 columns.
Got it. I'm
Thank
with
you
you
so
now. I'm
much.
with you now.
Thank
Is there
you.
a button on the screen?
No, I pressed the share to screen and it's not, Joe, I'm not sure if you're hearing us, but
It's
we're having.
Eric, I think.
Oh, Eric?
Yeah, ECAT Joe's off tonight.
Oh, okay.
So are these responses?
So these are the responses that people were verbally just kind of throwing out
And
as
you wrote
a.
these down?
Yes, up
Okay.
on the whiteboard. The left column is asking the question, what would you celebrate? And then totally separate to that, apologies, is the middle column, what are some challenges or opportunities that you see in Easton? And then the far right-hand column, what would you tell a potential resident? So they are random, not supposed to track across to the left to right.
Of course, pickleball shit up. Love it.
So
Is the unfunded pension, is that for town
Town
employees?
Town. Mm-hmm.
So first on the celebrate, I guess just to summarize, I feel like it represented our values.
Yes.
Right?
These
Green
and-
space, recreation, history, schools,
And that's exactly why we did this. Instead of starting to push out information to folks, we wanted to have sort of a little collaborative environment to hear what people like about Easton. And there was just nothing surprising. And these things came rapid fire. You know, folks did not have to think for a minute. It was really, it was very rewarding and kind of confirming what we've already thought. And then the challenges and opportunities, lots of discussion there, a lot about new construction, new growth, questions about that. You'll see some things that you won't be surprised about. The conservation challenges, the regulations being stricter than the state, permitting, difficulty with building. Some folks put as a positive the small businesses in Easton. Others said it was really difficult to start new businesses in Easton. So, a lot of that information. That Stonehill minimal contribution thing came up a lot with Wheaton and Bridgewater State University both being compared in their towns.
And you all know that Stonehill's a nonprofit, as such, not subject to property taxes in the way.
So it's a religious institution as well. It's constitutionally exempt. And my understanding is Wheaton does not pay.
Someone made the point that it does, but I did not have a chance to look that up.
So I was asked that during the building project, and I called the town manager, and it could have changed, and I will go double check. But that is one of those areas where it's like, point taken, good feedback, but there are literal constitutional kind of challenges there, regardless of how I feel.
Right. And Stonehill does make a gift, I know, to Easton. In fact, the library is one of the recipients of that, a component of that gift. But, we were trying not to evaluate each comment unless it was just sort of dead wrong and we could give information or, again, refer them downstairs, which was amazing. Please speak to Dr. Perel, please speak to school people, please speak to Connor. That was amazing. But folks stayed with us for an hour and 25 minutes, really engaged. There is a note towards the bottom about enhancing our communication about school staffing. Tom's going to be talking about that in his presentation. That came up a couple of times. And then you'll see some things that are sort of related between this column and the next column, just things recognizing that we're not a city. We don't have leaf pickup. Somebody really brought that up as like they were used to it in a city. Was it Braintree that person?
Same person you talked to.
Braintree.
Yeah.
And no recycling, including, is it the new Queeset by the Pond community that doesn't have recycling? I couldn't remember.
A private community chose not to do
a private
recycling.
community,
Sure.
not how, yeah. So, that was just, and so this resident's observation was, and there's also no town landfill or dump then to bring your recycling to. So, just some observations. Another resident in this far right column I thought was really interesting. What would you tell someone coming to Easton? She said, I guess I'd ask them what they're looking for. And it was sort of really provocative because not every town is for everyone. We are a small community and we have X, Y, Z, but we might not have A, B, C. So I thought that was very good. The most important part of this is then Tom paused and took an opportunity to make the connection that you've already made once today and that we've talked about so many times, and that is just look at column 1 and 2. We've said that green space is something we celebrate, and yet we say we're challenged by difficult conservation and permitting and construction. And no one's making an evaluation as to whether or not one of those are right or wrong. But as you say, we've voted those in as residents. We've developed these things, and we have these policies that sort of exist next to each other, but they're a bit in conflict. As I always say, the trees don't pay taxes. So, I think you really drew that point out well, and people were thoughtful, professional, considerate. I mean, even when, we had a couple of business people there, I had to take my business to another town, and they got a little bit provocative, but it wasn't unprofessional. It wasn't, sort of in your face. It was some really, really good sharing. And then we asked folks at the end to sort of jot down, if you didn't feel we had a chance to cover your comment, to jot that down before they left, and that's what some of these comments are on the bottom. Any other questions or comments of things that I didn't touch on specifically there? I just thought that this would be really good to share with folks.
Direct feedback from the residents as to what they prioritize. Right? So we always say we want to get that. So this is it from roughly 45, 50 people, give or take. So, the questions for me are that you may want to take away as homework. You can do it now too, but if there are things that aren't on this list that you're surprised, it would be great to add to this. Like, we can add to it if you've had other conversations.
Jocelyn, were you going to
Thoughts?
say something?
I'm curious what the comment was about around continued diversity awareness.
One person said, huge kudos for the increased diversity, in the schools, and I could validate that, and, the 20 years that I'd been there, that was wonderful. And then somebody else said that just, okay, now we have this. In fact, she used the phrase, I asked her to speak more about it, less otherness and more, it was another word for acceptance, but sort of that, okay, we're living together now, but let's be community together. I'm paraphrasing in my words, but that kind of thing. Again, just really recognizing that we're making great steps and we have more steps to go. So, would you add anything to that?
No,
that was kind
just
of her main point.
To me, it was illustrating for the audience the fundamental challenges they told us about. Like, they made our case for us, so it was brilliant to set it up this way. You want more field space for sports? Great, non-taxable. Like, I'm with you. We have a lot of field space. Some people on the other side say we have way too much field space. So it's one of those, just understanding and helping them understand we're going to need you to weigh these things.
And helping them understand each other. That was
Yeah.
really the big thing for me, to not make it about them and us, but to make it about each other. Like, they need to start talking to each other. And that's where I think the value was.
Yeah.
Folks in town, you're Easton residents, and you have some different perspectives on things, and that's okay. But we have a town that we have to come together on these things. So.
Speaking of that, was affordable housing presented as a challenge, an opportunity, or both?
Both. One person said, great, we have some, and someone else said, not enough, and sort of, we know the controversy whenever there does have to be a construction plan for that.
What the tone was for that.
Mm-hmm. Good
And
question.
it was an understanding that we focus on affordable housing as a community, but that comes at the expense of full-priced homes. May come at the expense of full-price homes.
Sure.
We had somebody walk in that was looking for the affordable housing meeting
The Affordable
and realized
Housing
that
Trust.
it wasn't there. So we told them, please come back because we've got cookies. And then they went to the meeting and then they brought
They came and they
they brought people
from
with
the
them.
meeting.
Well done.
Has anyone
Yeah.
mentioned how good the greeters were at this?
I know. MVP, maybe?
People off the
MVPs?
I
street.
feel like it needs to go in the town crier.
think it
Probably.
Too much?
Probably. I think everybody who got a
photos.
dog license email should also hear about it.
Yes, add that
Yes.
in there too.
And I would say
same
too, most people I did not know. And I mean, I've been working events associated with the library at Queeset House for over a decade. It is very unusual for me to be in Queeset House. And I see that as such a positive thing. There's one couple who I think got it from my little private Instagram account. I just posted the business card and I said, oh, it's a friendly face. But most people I did not know. So we
Yeah.
met so many new people, and that was really wonderful.
Agreed. Okay, presentation. Do you guys mind?
Is there anything at comment, questions, anything else? So long story short, we really didn't have a time to do a second full-blown presentation, but I think we kind of hit as many people who needed it. We did an abbreviated one. Denise, you sat in that second one. And there was that the question about per pupil spending versus new growth that I think I'll wait till after your presentation, because Connor, you might want to speak to that a little bit if it's not covered in here. Is that
Sure.
a good
I have
sequence?
that presentation as well.
Oh, okay. And
Yeah.
I'll remember to bring it up again if.
Perfect. Okay, so key slide that was added that our group hasn't really talked about, but it was really important for Nancy and I to be transparent and really upfront with our audience. So we presented the expense slides that we've all reviewed, what our variance is versus state average, so on and so forth. I added this slide in, public information, you can go and get it. So I want to let you all know that when somebody says my tax bill is already high, it is. They're not wrong, and that's very important to validate their belief. They pay, on average in Easton, $8,634 for an average single tax bill. It's the second highest, Sharon being the highest. Now, key reason, what's your base? Our base is $647,000, which is the second highest home value after Sharon. And that's important, obviously, because I think if you said to somebody, almost anybody, and I'll let you folks push back, but would you take an extra $40,000 worth of equity and give up $400 worth of a tax bill as compared to Foxborough, for example? That's a pretty decent chunk of change. you're getting value, home value, if I should say. Now, the reason why this is important is if you look at the single family tax bill as a percent of your value, we're practically in the middle of the pack. If you look at it, the other good thing, we make the second highest amount of income per resident. And if you look at it as an average of the percent of income, we're the second lowest. So yes, somebody is saying that I have a high tax bill relative to other communities. Absolutely, fact. The good news is, on average, your house is worth materially more, and you earn more than all of our surrounding communities. That's just a fact. This is DOR. You can look it up. So that doesn't mean, I'm going to go back because I want to channel my inner Jim, and I said this during the presentation. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't run the leanest of all our communities. That doesn't mean we're wrong, bad, inappropriate. It just means that we've all decided to live this way through our votes and through our budgets. And so this was helpful to the audience to be able to recognize the duality of the problem. Yeah, you do pay a lot. You do. But you also make more and you have a higher home value. It's just fact. And so that's where the conundrum, I think we posed to the audience appropriately that there were challenges inherent to the question and to the math problem. You want open space? That's great. 1/3 of our town's preserved. Means you got to pay for it. We're the lowest expense across the board. We are well below the state averages. If we went to state average, I think you all know this, but we'd be adding $15 million tonight if we went to state averages on the expense. And we're talking 5s and 6s. So we're not looking to go to the state average, let alone top quartile or anything like that. So this was super helpful, but I also wanted to hopefully give it to you folks so it would empower you to say, you're right, but you can't just stop there. There are other pieces you have to consider to your tax bill. Jim?
Does that number we're paying, the 8634, does that include the public safety building?
So
per average increase that we're going to see this coming year?
So it doesn't. It doesn't include anything that'll roll off either. So please just make sure when you're talking to your residents and your constituencies and your stakeholders that you're adding in all the things that get added and the things that roll off and when they do. And if you need a debt schedule for when things roll on and roll off, we can get you one. But you can't just say things roll on. I would just encourage you all. You have to help people know that things roll off. So for example, $800 will roll on the average single tax bill when we're at full height. $400 in 2027 will roll off because of RO going away, right? Do I have that right?
Those numbers are not, no. The net is, what we projected was that the net, and we can get the slides and make sure I'm not wrong, but it's in the area of 720 net after the expiration of the debt. I think the more relevant piece of information there, so no, it doesn't, and that's because this is actuals today, right? However, we don't know what debt schedules any of those communities have coming online either, right? And Easton is certainly not atypical having debt exclusions going on. There's, they're fairly common. So, but yes, you were right. That will be a material increase, and that came up in our room, right? And we know this, and we need to be very cognizant of that.
No doubt.
So we, in theory, if I were to add that number, we're closing in on Sharon, and they on average make.
On what?
How much more does an average person in Sharon make?
We are not closing in on Sharon.
No.
We're
Sharon,
not.
average
That
single
pushes
tax
us
bill
into
is
the 9s, and they are
13,200.
13,000.
But they also make $25,000 more a year.
Right, but we don't know if the other ones that are going up as well. True?
The ratio seems like, yeah, they pay more taxes, but they make more money.
Got it.
I think that's important to not pretend that we're in the pack with all the other towns, and Sharon's income per capita is much higher, and they pay not an equally proportionate higher tax bill.
Well, their average tax bill as a percent of income is higher.
Yeah, 1580. Well, I need a yes or a no on that, though, because that's fact. They pay 1580 as a percentage of their income. We pay 1510. I don't know what anybody else's is going up by. Honestly, I'm not being a wise guy at all, it would be great if you wanted to do some research to see if you could understand what other communities might have rolling on. Right? So I think that's part of the challenge that we're facing as we get more into this. We can always look at something and say it does or doesn't. We have to go do the homework if we want to raise that question of I'm not sure. And I would just encourage us to do that because the residents will have that question. Right? Like, again, you're not being transparent because you didn't include that you have these 3 things coming on. You're right, I didn't include the rest for the rest of the towns. At a certain point, there's only so much we can do to try to get you there, to let you know we're at least in a ballpark.
Tom, to that point, and to accuse you of not being transparent,
Sure.
are these the communities that we always put ourselves against?
Some of them are. So I think it looks like Tom and Nancy just grabbed all of our contiguous neighbors.
Literally
because,
contiguous.
Yeah, so, and we spent, as you all know, I think 2 or 3 meetings kind of, I think it was productive, but kind of going back and forth with like, who do we use for comps? And there's a trillion ways you could slice that. But I think a lot of folks gravitate towards like, well, what's the immediate area doing?
Like I didn't do DART.
The reason I ask is that someone did ask why, because you gave me this slide, I took a snapshot of it. It came up in a conversation, and someone asked me why Canton wasn't on there. And that was the answer that I had.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think people look at Canton as one of those, this is a more of a, it's a town for an example, as well as, like Sharon, as well as Foxborough with craft money, those types of things. So it just came up. I wasn't sure what your rationale was. I thought it was
Literally contiguous.
borders. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Touching borders.
Can we add Canton if we think it's that important that it's a continuous question from people?
I don't think it matters in the grand scheme.
I mean, you
Okay.
could relatively quickly run this with the
you
comps
could
that
add
we
it.
use. But I, as the person who has run those comps for 15 years, I will tell you that someone will then say that town's not like us. So I'm not saying Tom, Nancy, don't go do it.
Yep.
But they all come out of the same state database.
Yeah.
It has all 351.
I mean,
So
that's the,
certainly doable.
That's the Foxborough conversation that
Well,
I've had multiple times where they're not us.
Okay, but so I'm going to push back on that though because Foxborough does come up in the economic comps. So some of our economic comps are also neighbors. So that includes Mansfield and Foxborough, right? They show
sorry,
up.
I'm not challenging that aspect. I'm saying that people are looking at this from that gut feel, non-informed citizen aspect of saying, if you have a Gillette, you're not in the same issues. We talked about this the other day where it's, yes, but look at the actual difference in the numbers as to what they're actually dealing with overall, right? 14.44, yeah, that's a lower aspect, but it's also a significantly smaller town.
Thinking of the Mansfield example, though, they have Xfinity, but wasn't there some conversation around the fact that they will be moving into the minimum aid for schools as well, so that they may be, and they weren't in the past, am I correct about that? So they're going to be facing some challenges that they haven't had before as well, even with these. So I guess there's a lot of factors. It's very nuanced. You look at something snapshot in time, and then things happen, and these towns have changes.
Yeah, we're not alone in this.
No,
right? This is
no.
not.
Yeah.
We're at this point, and everyone else is just killing it.
And we're going to send this to everybody so you guys have it. But look, we're not shying away as a committee. Like, residents are paying a tax bill. Why? I'm not hiding that. Like, sure, let's talk about it. It's part of the problem, right? All right, so next up, I did tell Connor this may be the best presentation I put together. So I'm going to open with that, all right? However, it's really designed because we want to put in one place. We heard a couple times that we don't have the same level of visibility into the schools, that the data is presented differently, that I just don't know, and so on and so forth. My goal at the end of tonight is to ask every single one of you for a yes or a no if you feel like you have the information to now go forward and have a meaningful, detailed conversation about the schools so that you can look anybody in the eye and say, I know I'm being transparent with you. Whether or not you believe me is up to you. Because there are some people that are not going to believe you. It's just the way the world works. So this is my attempt to do that. No pressure. First of all, we have already received all of this information. I have put it in one place for you. But I don't want you to think that this hasn't been discussed. Sorry, there's one thing at the end that's new. Because I put it in a nice, easy way for you to get it. So first of all, there is a category breakout of all expenses, including staffing, sped, transport, utilities, R&M, and textbooks. It's the next slide, but we gave you a slide that said personnel is 83% or 82. Sped is the next biggest one. Transport's 3%. Utilities, R&M, and textbooks are 1%. When we get to that slide, I will ask you if you all agree that those are actually the numbers that are in the budget. And if you're like, I have to go prove it, call up your budgets now so that you can tie it out. There is a detailed listing of every position of our town and our schools in our budget book and has been there for years. So if somebody says, I don't know how many positions or what, I don't know how many teachers I have, just tell them it's been in the budget book for years. I have a slide on that so you all can get it in one place and you can have this. I'd probably print it off and carry it with you everywhere you go, just for good conversations. There was provided to us a detailed listing of school leadership counts versus DART and neighboring districts, so principals, assistants, dean of students by school versus DART and neighboring communities, and a detailed comparison of central administration counts versus DART and neighboring districts that we already have. It's in this presentation, so you can have it. It was already given to us on October 23rd. People say I can't see salaries. So I think maybe I didn't share this in the right way. You can go to these two websites and type in anybody's name in public service, and you can see exactly what people get paid. Town side, school side. I have in this presentation every single person, thank you to the team, Dr. Cabral, who got paid in the school in their position in 2024 and what their salary is. It's all public. I hope you know that. No secrets, everybody. We know what Chris makes, we know what Kathy makes. You work for the town, we know what you make. The other thing was people would say, but you have too much of this. That's it. Like, what does that mean? Like, I don't know what that means. Like, you want visibility, but you're not telling me what that means. Like, why do I have too much of it? Did you compare us against surrounding towns? Did you compare us against the average salary? And I just want you to know, all the positions, thank God for the Google, have comparisons. You can literally type in what is the average salary for a school superintendent in the state of Massachusetts, and salary.com, ziprecruiter.com, linkedin.com, and indeed.com will give you the average salary. I encourage you to look at Boston as an outlier. They get paid well, and that you try to figure out some comparable communities as you do that. So you can't just say, oh, the average says it's this. Well, do a little bit of digging. But all public comparisons. So anybody has a question about what we pay people, you should just go and look, because it can help you. Lastly, on this committee, so I'm creating some ownership here, there are 7 teachers. There is the husband of a teacher, I think, right? Your wife's a teacher?
Secretary.
Damn it. Husband of a school secretary? Nancy, I told you it was a school secretary. There's a school committee chair, a superintendent, a school finance director, and a school resource officer. Officer Aker is still a school resource officer, right? So if anybody is coming to us, or if you're on this team and you don't think you know about the schools, we got to fix that. Because more than half of us are school-oriented people. So if somebody asks you a question and you don't feel prepared to answer it, start asking. Raise your hand. If you're in the school system and feel like you don't have the ability, or I don't know, start asking. We have all the resources here. So if we can't figure out school visibility to our residents, just look inwards. That's us. Because there's enough people on this committee that can figure out how to communicate that. And I put myself in that because I wish I had done this presentation for our presentation and made it a 3-hour odyssey, like Dune. I know. Did you want to say something?
No.
You good? Say, yeah, but I'll take up time. Okay, this is the slide we've all had. 85 cents of every dollar is on people. The next 12 cents is 6% sped, 3% transport, utilities, R&M, textbooks. Does anybody disagree with this?
No.
No. Okay. So does anybody need to see the transport contract? I'm going to start there.
No.
No, you guys, all good. You just agree that we have a transport contract, it's 3% of our budget, and that whatever the increases are, we're okay with. Does anybody need to see the utilities, R&M, or textbook purchases? Cool. Does anybody want to talk about SPED?
I forget what it stands for.
Got it.
Special education.
Here you go. Now, does anybody want to talk about it? Go ahead, Denise.
I'm not concerned about it personally, but I think our constituency and the public do.
Sure. So I will ask our school team, because there's like more than half of us that are school related. Can somebody help us understand the nuances of SPED in the way that we can communicate it to the residents so that they can understand it?
Happy to. I don't know if you want to or. So special education is designed to support any student that has a disability, from a health disability to a learning disability. It could be a specific learning disability. It could be anything that gets in the way of the children either entering and accessing their education or understanding their education. It looks very different depending on their student individual education plan that IEP.
IEP, thank you.
The I is really important because
Key
it's
for
the
plan.
individual. Like, they do a whole battery of exams to kind of see where students' strengths and weaknesses lie, so that they know what services would be the best utilized to help that student make their biggest gains possible and to access the curriculum in a way that they need. That could look from just having a paraprofessional within the classroom to support. It could require a special education teacher modifying the curriculum. It could be where a student needs help for transportation going from school to home because they're so medically sensitive. So it can really be a wide range of needs that those students
Couple
might need.
questions for you, if I could, since I know the answer, but I'll lead the witness. And Denise, hopefully I think these will add color to you. Is this the Town of Easton's desire that they built these rules, or is this in fact state mandated discussion?
IEPs are?
No, like how we make sure children have equal, fair access to education.
So there's FAPE, like free and appropriate education,
And who
right?
sets that?
That includes every child.
But is that a state thing?
That's federal.
Federal, got it. So
And
this is
then-
a federal guideline that you are working to make sure we implement.
Yes.
That kids have a federally mandated right to free access
Every
public
state
education.
has specialized education.
Cool.
So, and then so there's special education, and then there's also students that fall under 504s. So that could be a student with, what's that?
They're not sped though.
But they're not sped, but
They're regular
right,
ed.
They're regular.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, go ahead, you can, go ahead.
Well,
I'm
one-
just trying to show that there's a wide range.
Well,
of-
a 504 is regular education. So a SPED is a child who there's 7 categories that the state has that you can't access the curriculum. And so you have to provide a program for the child to access the curriculum. Now, it can be within the school, but a big part that is missing is it can be also outplacement. And that's where the money comes in, where you can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars over a long period of time for educating kids, not in Easton, but in someplace else.
Yep. So is
I'm sorry, I didn't
is
mean to-
special education
Yeah,
going
it's a
up
wide
or
range, right?
decreasing? Like, is there an increasing need for special education services or a decreasing need for special education services over the last 3 to 5 years?
I would say over the last 30 years, there's been an increase in need.
I'm going to go 3 to 5, if that's okay.
3 to 5, it's always going to be increasing.
Okay.
But more detrimental from a budget perspective is the costs are increasing more. So a district out of placement, for example, would traditionally hover around a 2% increase every year for the last couple of decades. And the year before this, it went up 14% in 1 year.
Yep.
This year, it went up 5%, just about 5% in 1 year. Very, very different.
What is the cost, if I could, Dr. Cabral, for an outplacement, out of district placement?
It could run the
Range
gamut.
is fine.
There's two, I'm very simplifying, right, to 2 types. There's day school and residential.
Yep.
So a day school is when a student would be transported to and from an alternative site because they have a specialized program and we have a small number of students, so we don't have that program in our district. A residential is there is such a determined need that the student is literally living at the site. So if you consider both of those, it can be anything from usually around $20,000 to $300,000 per year per student.
Got it.
And that does not include transportation costs, because that is also, by law, we have to transport students as well.
Yep. Denise, so just so that everybody gets that, so $300,000. So the $300,000 expense could pop up at any time that it's determined according to federal guidelines that we have to provide that level of educational access, and $300,000 is 5% of a $6 million problem. So a 5% problem could pop up at any time that we didn't know. Is that a fair statement?
That is
accurate?
a factual statement.
Okay.
And then-
Dottie?
I think it's worth noting that over the last many years, as a way to control the budget and find ways to save money, the focus has been on hiring the people that we need to have to keep students in-house, not just because of the financial part, but because of the part where these students want to be in the school system with their friends and their siblings and so forth. So this isn't anything new either. The costs, those
Right.
numbers are new, but I feel like we were very early on. I say we, the schools were very early on in trying to bring those services in-house. And I'm wondering if you still think that that was effective.
Yes, and I didn't bring figures on that tonight,
That's
but
okay.
it has been quantified by our Director of Student Services. Just if you use the number of 100,000 to 300,000 for residential placements in the last, since I've been here, that's what I know, the last 12 years, we have gone from over 50, almost 60 students being outplaced residentially to the mid-30s.
Nice.
That was in the actually school slide that we got back in October. It quantified the number really nicely, showing that by implementing those programs, we've probably saved the town millions.
We have saved millions.
Millions
Yes, over the last
Nice.
decade. It
Yeah.
sounds counterintuitive, but it is an initial investment in staff to have the program in districts. So it looks like we've grown staff, which we have, because we would have had those programs had we had that trained staff. So we decide to bring in trained staff, create a program, then not only can we bring our students back, which is a free and appropriate education in the least restrictive environment for a child, but it's less expensive. And whenever possible, if we have a cohort go through and there are spaces in that program, because the number of students change every year, we can tuition in students as a revenue source.
Good call.
We have not had space, and so we haven't been doing that recently, but we do try to keep that opportunity open. We haven't been able to grow the program so that we can use it as a revenue source because, for obvious reasons, we're not in a growth situation. But that's what some districts do. They will have a program that neighboring districts don't have, and instead of paying for transportation for a student to go to Waltham or close to the New Hampshire border, they can send them to Easton for a lot less.
Sure. Denise, sorry.
But you asked the question, is this what the state provided, the federal government, are they forcing us to do it? Did we vote for it? I would think that the town would vote for it because
Right.
special education is very important. It's very important for the children of the town. And so, although it's required under federal and state law, it is something that the town itself would vote to, I would think, would vote to have.
And I think that's why I drew the difference the way I
Yeah.
did, Chris, because in that conversation with somebody, they may have an opinion that they don't want to. And that's okay. But in this case, we don't have a choice. We
True.
are not,
But
and I'm okay. Personally, I also appreciate that consideration to
Yeah.
societal benefit. But this is one where you have to, it's an opportunity. When somebody says SPED, you're like, look, we don't set the rules. We're required, we are forced and mandated to execute against them. So if you want to talk about the 6%, we can educate you about it. But if you're still upset about it after we've shared all this information, I can't make you drink the water.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I think to like with the special education, like by creating these programs, these counselors, these teachers, these paraprofessionals are the ones that are saving us the millions
Correct.
of dollars.
Yes.
Right? Because they're in front of these kids, they're helping these kids, and sometimes grow so much that they are no longer dependent on those special education programs and can gain the skills and master them to a
Great
level
call.
to do it independently.
Yeah, because that's the pivot, right? We're stuck. We know the rules of the game. We know we have to do this, but we can play within the rules of the game and manipulate the outcome. And I don't use that word in a bad way, by developing the resources, as Dottie so appropriately pointed out, that we keep them in house.
Yeah.
So that's what we can do.
And
Jen?
if I can add along, sort of along that thread, is that there are, and our Director of Special Services is doing a lot of work in this area, but you have, special education can be something where there is an on-ramp and an off-ramp to services. And part of evaluating students on that on-ramp end is getting them timely intervention services at the appropriate ages, which are often younger ages. So by having evaluation and intervention services at younger ages within our schools, we can have those students develop the skills that they need at those critical windows of learning when they need them, so that they can be successful later without needing
Good call.
later services and remediation that dog them throughout their entire educational career and come with cost of delivering services that way. So
Great point.
losing intervention is not wise either.
Sure.
And if I could piggyback off of something that Kathy mentioned as well, we're talking about individualized supports for students. And as Dr. Barral said many times, you're dealing with humans. You don't know what you're going to get on a day-to-day basis and who's coming into the district.
Yep.
And if their individualized needs need to be met in a specific way, we are required to pay for that. So if people are acknowledging a lack of transparency in certain areas of the budget, there isn't a way to plan for unforeseen expenses that are required to be met.
Correct.
It seems like a contradictory statement, but it's hard to plan for that.
There's no
element.
crystal ball for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's also, the inverse is also true. I've heard before, the school department, quote unquote, found money. Well, if a student in January, who we budgeted for to be in a special ed placement, moves to a different town, that town is now responsible for that tuition. We did not know that was going to happen.
Right.
Just like with snow removal, if we have a mild winter, we can't decide in November that we're going to use our snow removal overtime budget, but in April or even late March, we could do that. If that's considered finding money, that's one thing, but I think the common definition of finding money is that it was kind of put somewhere and taken out.
Sure.
That could be a $200,000 swing, $180,000, or depending when they leave, that no one could have anticipated.
Sure.
And the same is true if someone moves into the district.
Makes sense. Denise, do you feel that you have enough information now that you would go back and share exactly what you heard with that person to help them understand what impacts SPED?
I understood it before, but
Oh,
I
good.
just think that it was worthwhile for this to be public, because
Sure.
I think that this is a great community here and a great board that can make this sound pretty easy.
Okay.
We can't anticipate some of these costs, and we have an in-district and an out-of-district, and I don't think that's easy to understand sometimes when you're outside of the
Sure.
realm.
Sure. Does everybody feel now empowered to be able to really speak well on SPED? Because I think in that 5-10 minutes that we just spent, I know I could probably articulate it, and if there was still more challenges after that, I'd probably be surprised, and maybe we're just not communicating in the same way to give information and receive it and absorb it.
Can I ask one quick question of Dr. Cabral? Sure. You must have some kind of metric or algorithm or something that you hold as a spot, kind of going in and calculating, because you have to anticipate that you're going to have a SPED budget that you're going to have to exercise. And how do you go about doing that on a year-to-year basis?
We used to have sort of a special education buffer, if you will, but over the last several years, we have reduced any sort of net, if you will. What we did ask for once we started reducing that, so I don't know the exact year, but as soon as we started cutting out any potential buffer should a student, any contingency plan should a student move in, we asked for the town to use free cash to be in what's called a revolving account at the town side for special education funding, and I think there's $275,000 in that right now. So our goal was that we could somehow move money into, it's a very structured, procedural account. We cannot use any funding from it without going to town meeting. It can only be used for unanticipated tuitions and things of that nature. But we, since then, have not been able to. It started at $250,000, maybe 7 years ago, and we have not been able to increase that. So that's sort of our contingency plan. It is very uncomfortable, as you can imagine, but that's, no, we don't build in any kind of contingency because we don't have that now.
So if I could,
We don't
just
have that
to
opportunity being in
paraphrase,
a regressive budget.
normally let me ask you if this process sounds like it fits what you do. Normally in a budgeting scenario where you absolutely cannot forecast the future, what you do is you take what's known, which is I have 87 students that are in these programs on this day. You calculate that responsibility from an expense structure. In an ideal world, you then say, I'm going to budget for 1 or 2 more that I don't know about as cushion. But in a declining budget scenario, you normally remove your cushions. You may put it, in this case, into a reserve account, but it means they're forecasting what they know. And candidly, from a budgeting perspective, I can tell you all, that's my career, that's not ideal. Like, you preferably want to be able to have cushion because the size of the expense could be so big it tips your budget. Connor?
If I could add, and I'm glad Dr. Cabral brought it up, and I think you want to mention circuit breaker, and we want to talk about, not to make the conversation longer, but it's really important. So as the school department has narrowed its budget, right? Because one of the things, much like folks will often, when they look at a public budget, and it's understandable, I'm not criticizing people who have this thought process. It's public money, so people obviously have a right, they want to be concerned. Folks, if there's unspent funds at the end of the year, think, oh, they're carrying this cushion, they're juicing their budget, right? And people say that about schools, they say it about town departments. It's not an Easton thing, it's everywhere, right? And there's some validity that you certainly do not want to over cushion your departments because that's inefficient.
Yeah.
But as we narrow our expense margins, as our budget's gotten tighter, what we have done, and we've done it on the town side as well, we have an injured on duty fund for police and fire where a single, in a department of 40, if you have 2 or 3 severe injuries where people are out and you have to backfill because these are 24/7, 365, I mean, that could blow up your budget. Mm-hmm. And without these buffers, we've moved to these specialized stabilization accounts. So at least there's something somewhere. It is very publicly kind of segregated for a purpose. So if folks are concerned with kind of transparency or good accounting, that's a benefit. One of the real risks, to tie it back to our overall posture, is you want to recharge or adequately fund those with things like free cash. And when we are over-relying on free cash already in our operations and not moving that towards stabilization accounts like that, we are proceeding at risk for things that we do not have, much like the schools do not have control over a student who may have certain specialized needs. The town, police and fire don't have the ability to predict or forecast out the exact types, severity, and durations of injuries. And so as we've all narrowed our margins and put those into those stabilization accounts, at least those stabilization accounts are there, but we've not been able to continue to add to those because that free cash is getting consumed in the operating budget, which it should not be.
Margins are getting tight everywhere.
And I also want to note, and correct me, all the school folks in the room or finance director if I'm wrong, one of the things that's important here is with many things that are state or federally mandated, there are often state laws or funding programs that say we recognize this is a large cost driver, so we'll reimburse. but usually it's one of the three where it's subject to appropriation. And so often, and so there are things like circuit breaker, there's transportation, McKinney-Vento transportation, all these things where on the state level, the state correctly recognizes this is a real financial burden for cities and towns to implement, so we're going to help. But they're often not reimbursed at the rate that the spirit of the law set. And I think
No, that's true.
Right.
We've often found out that something or a portion of something is going to be reimbursed at 70% next year, and then we do our budget, we go to town meeting, and then we find out it's just 60%.
Right. Which is another thing that we just don't fundamentally have control over, and another complexity that hopefully folks can appreciate.
Appreciate that. We good? Everybody here now, we're good on SPED, we're good on the pieces below. So that leaves people, right? Process elimination. So if anybody wants to know anything about the schools, it's about the people. Because we've all just said SPED, transport, utilities, R&M textbooks, done. Stake in the sand, we can talk about it, feel comfortable, life is good. Okay. So this was a slide from October 23rd because folks were asking about student to teacher ratio. So this is just, again, fact. We have 12.8 students for every teacher. Thank you again, Dr. Cabral, for putting your team putting together these slides. And here's how it compares. So we're unfavorably compared for Sharon, Mansfield, and Norton. And then you can see the rest, Canton. I wouldn't say we're egregious. We're not the worst, but we're certainly not the best. But if anybody wants to know how we are staffing versus our student ratio, here's a great graph for you to reference.
And can I just mention?
Please.
Yes, I did prepare this data for you, but this is publicly available also.
Absolutely.
On the
Good call.
Massachusetts Department of Ed website. If you go to school district profile or school profile, you can get information on many metrics.
Yep.
About finance, about staffing, about certifications for teachers, about, anything, back many, many years for an individual school or the district for any of the 351 communities in the state for if somebody wanted to do comparison purposes, for example. So
Yep.
this is not something that someone has to ask us for. This is
Correct.
all available.
Good call.
And literally Googling MA, DESE profiles will bring you right to it.
Love it. Thank you.
Tom, you said we're unfavorably with Sharon Morton. What, is
They
that
have
the-
less students per.
So why
Just can't see over there.
11 to
They have less
11.3?
kids for every.
She's saying that Mansfield has 11 and 3,
Yeah,
but we're not.
and so does Danvers.
Oh, I don't know why the
11.
colors are
Marshfield,
what they
I
are. I'm sorry, I didn't do
Asking
that.
about the color coding.
Art and the red were additional neighbors that we added. Was that the coding there?
Oh.
Just because unfavorably, I just didn't understand.
Yeah, no,
'cause,
red
there
and
were
blue.
other
Red is
ones-
not bad. Red and blue are not necessarily bad and good.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You have to look at the numbers.
You have to look at
Okay,
the numbers.
okay, because
Yeah, yeah.
when you said they
No.
were unfavorably, I was like,
Probably,
wait.
No,
North
we
Attleboro.
happen to be
Like,
versus those three, but I was just.
Okay,
Word got
okay.
cut off.
Correct.
Got
There
you,
wasn't
okay.
I
enough room.
entirely said the right actual thing and misled you all at the same time.
Okay, great.
They have
Cool.
more.
Good.
Maybe
100% they have app. They have a higher
Or
amount.
make it all the same colors.
Sure.
Colors don't matter.
But you guys get it.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw red as bad, and we were
Yeah,
like,
no,
we
that
were
makes sense.
unfavorably compared to them, and then I figured they were bad, and those
Nope.
were.
Good
Sorry.
Good clarifying question.
Yep, good clarifying question. But now that you all understand this, 12.8 is better than North and North. I'm assuming that's North Attleboro and something, 13.3 and 13.1. Even to Grafton, which is 12.8. So, I would say we're higher than the average, and I think lower student to teacher ratios is preferred, right? Now, the good news is, again, this is public info, we're getting better. In FY15, we were probably about 14. And as you just saw in FY24, we're at 12.8. So our line is improving, which is,
I also, just to add to that a little bit.
Please.
That I think our overall student base is also decreasing. like I started here forever ago, and like some of my graduating classes were 340.
Yep.
Now my 8th grade is like turned 256 or 260.
So we have that, right? Like we have student population
it's
through
just
time.
like I just think
Interesting context for this, though. Yeah.
you know, like that our
We
numbers
can put both up there.
in general.
But I don't think we've declined materially on the student population.
Well, so it depends on when you start, but in that, so post 2008, which this is not an Easton thing. That was kind of a peak of where a lot of birth and demographic trends were. Easton enrollment and enrollment in a lot of public schools in Massachusetts have been declining.
Yeah.
I would defer to Dr. Cabral, and I don't want to make inferences, but I don't think that the decline in student to teacher ratio can be entirely explained just with enrollment. I do think this number of teaching staff has also grown. So one
Well,
is
The student to, maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, but the student to teacher ratio is taking the number of students and the number of teachers in that year.
right.
So,
the ratio could be affected either by the numerator or the
by the
denominator.
enrollment or the total teachers, right?
So you could have steady student population, and this number changes because
Right.
you've changed the teacher population.
but this takes into account the number of students and teachers.
Yes, that's
Correct.
Okay, I'm missing the
What
question, I'm
people
sorry.
are saying is they can't understand whether or not this ratio is being affected in any given year because the student population has declined so much,
As the amount of
or
teachers
because
has
the
gone
amount of
up.
teachers have changed so much.
But isn't it important to make that distinction? I
Yeah,
guess
I was
that's.
gonna say,
Yeah.
it has
We
the-
can-
it has
we
the
can-
material
We
number of
wouldn't
we can
hire
put it in.
teachers
Yeah.
with less students.
What's our-
Yeah.
The material number of
message.
teachers hasn't
But we
changed
do have
drastically.
those
Sorry.
figures of how many, I'm not sure if
Her
I
and then
gave
Ju-
it to everyone, but we do have the figures of how many staff have increased in a certain year or whatever. But, yeah, so if, for example, we had a lower number of students and we had retirements where we don't maintain people just to maintain them. We would
No, agreed.
reduce by attrition. So it is apples to apples in each year.
Ish, if this is a trust.
Okay.
Right, so what somebody, not
gotcha.
just us,
Okay.
but what people are
Gotcha.
saying
Okay.
is, and I get it, it's a math thing.
Okay.
Like, if you didn't have retirements, but you had a decline in students, then your student to teacher ratio would improve, and we did nothing. It was just because students left the system.
Yeah, no.
So what we can put in here is the pure numbers, but
Sure.
what this is, Jocelyn asked the question, why are we showing this? We are showing this because feedback could be, where are you investing in your positions? Right? Why are you so top heavy? Flip side, why do you have so many teachers? And this is showing the ratios of how we compare. So on this slide, when people say, why do you have so many teachers? My takeaway is, well, we're actually higher than the average of students to teachers. So I don't have a whole boatload of extra teachers sitting around. Like, if I had an 11.3 like Marshfield, I would be like, wow, you guys are top of the class. Like, you have the lowest ratio of students that each teacher has to impact, teach, and educate. That's most would say that's a good thing because less kids mean you can make a bigger impact. Is that fair?
You need the next slide then, because I
Well,
feel like this.
because
Yeah.
people will say, but that's just 23 and 24.
Oh.
Remember,
Which people?
we're trying to get to the lowest common denominator so everybody in this room is empowered to finally say, I'm sorry, you're right. Maybe on Tuesdays it's a bad stat. I don't know what to tell you, but I can't tell you why Tuesday of 2019 was not good. And I'm not here for that. So good luck. But what I can do is tell you that this year, according to all of these comparisons, public information, that no, we don't have a boatload of extra teachers, at least compared to the number of students we have and compared to all these communities. So maybe there are other nuances in there that I'm not fully equipped to deal with because I'm not one of the 10 of us that are schools, but brief comments if I could. I have 12 more slides to get through between Connor
But
and
to
then
Jocelyn's question, like, what's the value of the latter slide? And Dr. Cabral, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the things that folks ask, and we've brought this up numerous times when budgets get tight, and this is the same for town hall, is why are there management positions? Why it should be frontline staff. And what that graph shows is that there has been an improvement, not world changing, it's not like it went from 15 to 10, but that over time, the district has improved
Agreed.
classroom size, and that's a metric a lot of people care about.
I'm going to put a pin in it because I have a slide that will prove
Okay.
that factually with numericals, if that's okay. Dottie.
I was just going to
Great
say
point.
that that slide's very important and should be shown, because if we're talking about what the solution is and we're talking about people, we're like on the high end of the ratio. So if we have to lose positions and that ratio changes, it's going to be dramatic, and we're going to be probably the worst.
Great call.
Yeah.
So,
Just a kind of
Please.
a counter thing is the the person living that has no kids and they're over 70 will say, well, you know, I had 45 kids in my classroom.
yeah,
You know, and I see you've got 12.
yeah.
I mean, that's a waste of money.
So,
You
I'm
could
just
al-
put. I just.
And they
go
could
ahead.
also say, not trying to be facetious, but, my husband's a firefighter, so he's in a station that has horse stalls because they used to have carriages brought by horses to put out fires. That response time has changed dramatically. It's a different time.
Oh no, I understand, but that's what you're going to get.
but you feel comfortable that you have information that says,
Right.
we are not alone. We actually have, on average, a higher than average student to teacher ratio, but we are getting better over time because we know that reflects the values and the principles of our
But
residents.
that brings up to your point of what is better. So what are you shooting for? Are you shooting for 5? You know what I'm saying? So we say, okay, we've got 12. Is that good?
You're going to say, compared to other communities, that's higher than average.
But is 13, I mean, are you going to get the same outcome with 13 or 15 or 17?
Yep.
So you asked the question, is that good? I heard your voice ask the question.
Yep.
Is that good? And
Yep.
so I think if you're going to have this, even bother with this, you ought to have, well, what is a good student to teacher ratio?
What do you think is good?
I wouldn't put student teacher ratio because that's the whole system. I put classroom size.
Well, that's what
How many kids in the average classroom?
That's my question for distinction. Is this supposed to be equated to classroom size? Because I know it's aggregated
No.
data. Because none of my classes are that small.
Yeah, it makes it
No,
sound
that's
like-
everybody
Yeah.
in Unit A,
Yeah.
right. These schools, that's a great point. Student to teacher ratio means everybody in Unit A. Kathy, who's a guidance counselor. So,
I have a small office.
yeah, she doesn't have 12 kids at a time in her office, but neither does a classroom teacher.
Right.
Right, that's a great distinction because we know what student-teacher ratio means, but some people looking at this might not. We don't want people to think that we have 12 kids in a classroom
Yep.
in, elementary school.
Is classroom size available in DESE?
I don't know, but we have it.
Okay. But
But would we have it for the other communities then?
that's what we need.
Right,
it for.
and that's
Yeah, that,
what I was going to ask. Is,
I wouldn't have
are
that,
those
no.
are those
Well, then-
comps fair?
They
Is
just
that-
need the 2 of them.
Well, we don't have classroom size for the other communities.
No, but you have this. And you
We
say,
have this.
well, they say, well, what's that equate to? That equates to
In Easton.
this for classroom size. And so those that are to be more than us will have more in a classroom.
We don't know that.
Well, I would
don't
imagine
know
it'd
that.
be the same way.
I would just be cautious about this. The good news about this is it's public, so anybody who gets this
Right.
can go get it themselves. If we start making an assumption that just because there's a correlation between our student-to-teacher ratio and our classroom size, and that correlation is exactly applicable to other communities, I'll
Right.
be honest, you're wrong.
it
It
wouldn't
won't be
be only
perfect.
because they all have different number of speech language paths, different number of guidance counselors, different number of school adjustment counselors. So it would be we'd have to know how many classrooms they have at each grade level and then extrapolate that out.
So classroom size would be helpful if we can
Yeah.
figure it
I
out.
think it's really important to define what student-teacher ratio is, because I
One
was
second.
way off base on this as well.
Okay.
I would just put a distinction below that this does not equate to classroom sizes.
Okay.
I was just going to echo, I think what Dottie was saying, like to an outsider, I assume teacher means classroom teacher of,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I would assume 20 to 30 kids.
Okay.
So maybe even just
Maybe
define
50.
what teacher means in this ratio.
Yeah.
Will do. And this is, just so that we all know, this is the exact slide as presented by the schools on October 23rd.
Yeah, but we know a lot more now.
But I'm
Back
glad-
then,
exactly,
we were
I'm glad.
getting barraged with information, you know?
Right. No, but that's why I'm glad we're doing this
Yeah.
because it shows.
Well, and those distinctions matter. Like, there's
Yeah.
a big difference in the conception of somebody who, you know, I don't know, you're an outsider, you live here and you're on PASE, but point taken. Like, if you don't, if you're thinking of every classroom has 12 people, you're like, wow, that sounds,
No.
We're
Yeah.
killing
that sounds
Amazing.
pretty nice.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
going to move us on to the
yeah.
administrator slide.
Cool.
it. Just one last question on that last piece, just to
Sure.
annoy you.
No, not at all.
This is probably more a question for you. Is the reduction in enrollment, is that material in that? Because I think that we're going to get that question specifically.
Why don't we pull that up right now?
I was going to say, I wasn't sure if it was on your slide.
It's in
so-
it's in your presentation.
It is.
Great. I'm going to disconnect for a second.
Oh, no.
Yep.
I've ruined
Well-
everything.
No, we might as well answer it because I want people to make sure that they know that they can get the information that they have.
I can see
Because
this as a
people
complaint that's
are-
gonna come
Not just us, but people are looking for all the reasons to say why I can help you solution, which is a good thing. Here's why I can tell you why you're wrong. Great, thank you. It's a good thing. But there are people at our meeting who literally said you're doing this wrong.
Right.
And what I want to make sure people here don't leave with is any doubt of, no, that was crap. They were hiding it because they gave us a percentage, but they didn't give us the two pieces. And the reality is, just like the tax bill, I'm happy to look anybody in the eye and say, here's the data. At the end of the day, here's the information. I have that much confidence. So let's just get it, and then that way. It was in what you sent me for that presentation in October.
Can I ask another question while you're
Go
looking
for
at
it.
that?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a random question, but the Chromebooks that everyone has, that the students have, I don't know if it's just middle school and high school.
No.
It's all the schools. Okay.
It's called a one-to-one district.
Okay. So just in that other slide that had the sped 6%, you know, where is that in the list there? There was like sped utilities. I just think it sounds like it's a lot of money. You know, oh my gosh, a laptop for every student.
No, that's actually a great question. So we did not purchase all of those. That was a product of COVID. We were not a one-to-one district prior to COVID. So all of those computers were purchased, or the vast majority of them, other than a couple of computer labs that were in our buildings, were purchased with federal stimulus funds, which is great, but it's also very concerning because that completely changes our procurement plan.
Yeah.
And just like you don't want to buy all your kitchen appliances at the same time, we never would have wanted to be a one-to-one district by buying everything at the same time.
Right.
We didn't have a choice. And so now we are adjusting our procurement plan.
Sorry. I was
Go
talking
ahead.
to Connor.
He's
Oh.
ITing. You're good.
Oh,
Keep
sorry.
going.
Unfortunately, we cannot afford all of the replacement and needs for our technology in our operating budget right now.
What's their lifespan estimate?
Well, that's a good question. I'll tell you in 1 second.
Okay.
Well, let me tell you. Hold on. Oh, shucks.
Who cleans this?
So we actually can't afford our full cost right now every year for replacing what we need. And so you will see every year there is a request for capital funds for technology.
Okay, so
Again,
that's in
not
capital.
no.
Oh.
Some. Like about usually around 180
Why wouldn't
to
they all be?
230,000.
Because they're just not all needed to be replaced.
Because capital isn't always available to give that much. And capital is actually not really a place where you want it.
Yeah.
Because you can't, capital is a result of, if there's free cash, some of it is used for capital.
Okay.
Relying on something you need every year in
Yeah.
capital is not fiscally responsible. We are forced to do that. It's part of the leniency. Like we've been getting lean. When we say we run lean, these are all the little creative things we've been trying to do that isn't ideal, but we've been trying to keep things going as long as we possibly can.
Yeah.
And one of them is moving about half of our technology budget into capital. But it really shouldn't be there every year, because you have a year without free cash, you have no technology.
So was that captured somewhere in that slide where it broke down by percentage the school budget, or no?
Capital,
No.
I don't think I had a capital slide.
So
That other 3%.
Well-
is not
Yeah, I don't think I
Well-
had a capital
broken
slide.
down there.
and just to be clear, there is a distinction.
Right.
And Jocelyn, tell me if I'm on the right path here. There is a distinction with our operating and our capital budgets. We have not spent a lot of time talking about capital here
Right.
outside of, and I try to every time it comes up to bring it back and say, as Dr. Brawl just has, when our budgets have been progressively eroded over time, the priority has been preservation of services through staff. And so our expense lines are not appropriately funded. They are very underfunded. And so, like, our police department ought to have, we know they're going to need to replace cruisers every year. That's a recurring cost. That,
Right.
in an ideal circumstance, would be carried in the operating budget when we don't, because we instead wait to see what our free cash certification is and fund it as a capital purchase in the fall. Because if we did the alternative and carried that couple $100,000 in the
give it a
operating budget, we'd be
second and
laying
see.
off a handful of police. And in kind of picking the lesser of two evils, my view has been I would rather have those police there and work with the capital we have and maybe purchase 2 vehicles or 1 vehicle, even if that's not optimal for our capital asset management, then, because when you lay someone off, you incur the unemployment and all the other hard parts. So the same with the school technology, that's something the district knows it's
Yeah.
going to be purchasing, because obviously laptops with children just get crushed, right?
But you asked, can I answer the life question?
sure.
Or you can, all right. So that was a very good question, right, about the life cycle. That is a difficult thing to gauge right this moment, because it is new that all of our students have computers. So one of the cost-saving things we've done to be more lean over time is we would have a certain number of years that would be a replacement cycle for the computers in the schools. And say it was 5 years. Then it became 6 years because we had to save. Then it became 7 years because we had to save. And we were at a life cycle prior to COVID that in our schools where children use them in computer labs or in classrooms, it was actually a longer life cycle than even in town where adults were using the computers, because we had been running so lean. When we got all the computers, now there's a totally different variable. Now you're not talking about children using computers in a computer lab a few times a day with supervision. You're talking about children taking Chromebooks home, basketball practice, thrown in a bag. The life cycle is greatly affected, and we don't have the longitudinal data that Denise was talking about. We don't have enough of that yet to know, because they're reaching, many of them have not made it the 2 years post-COVID. How much does the average one last? We don't have that longitudinal data yet to tell us. We're still learning by seeing when they expire. But we are, yes, we're very concerned about technology, and that's why it has been partially funded by capital. And if there is a year, that is a reality, that if there is a year where capital cannot fund technology, we go a year without replacing, and we are not one-to-one anymore, and we have, that's just reality. We're living on that edge. That's what we mean when we say a lean budget. We don't have buffers. We don't have a contingency plan if something should happen in special education. We don't have a backup for computers that would just be greatly reduced for a year or more, depending on how long that lasted. We don't have those anymore. We did in better times, but in the last 8 years or so, we have slowly eliminated all of them, which is why we have been saying, that's why it's predictable that this was coming, because we knew we're weaning out all, it's only a matter of time before some of those things pop up. And things have. And we've had to, in March, tell the entire staff, there is a complete freeze on supplies. That's it. Ration your paper for the rest of the year.
like paper.
We have done that.
I almost feel like this isn't capturing the severity. You know, and it's so much information, and obviously you can't put all of that on here, but I just wonder, are there any other pieces that should be included here?
Well, I think that speaks to the trust factor, right? We're saying we run lean. If people don't trust that, then yeah, we need to prove that. But we don't know what it is like these questions let me know what to explain in more depth. If I were to explain all of it, that marathon you sat through in October would
That's
be
too much.
a
But
lot
there do
longer.
seem to
What's
be
the
like
webinar
big examples.
That's why we encourage
like Chromebooks.
questions.
The Moscato Field was a big example. The Cruisers is a big example. Like maybe just some of this is just a few things, not everything.
So
but-
then I guess I would ask you, did we not accomplish that on the handout that our world-leading greeters had, right? I mean, right on the front it said, we're heading into a tough year, here's what's probably at risk.
Yeah.
And we said, and it was like 6 bullets, so it wasn't before hour. It was reduced staff in public safety, worse responses, reduced staff in public works, worse roads, parks, bridges. I'm not saying that to be provocative or argumentative. Does that get us there? Or,
Well, I guess people can dig in themselves if they
well,
want to know
no,
all
your
this.
point is true, and it's something that people in jobs like mine and Dr. Cabral struggle with perennially, which is, like, I'm pickled in this information. Like, I don't have the ability to fully take that hat off.
Until I hear an example, it
Yeah.
doesn't mean that much to me, I guess.
Yeah.
And if you have a kid that brings home their Chromebook and everything's all nice, and then they go back to school and everything's fine, that's your understanding of it until you see that Chromebook that is literally hanging up and there's maybe 3 keys still
Yeah.
on the Chromebook. That you
So-
see
so-
that like not all the Chromebooks are in
Right.
the same shape, and
So that's
That's
That
why
is
I
true, and
was so
I'm gonna try. I
excited
need the
people
web ID.
showed up because I
Right.
want to answer questions. I just don't know. We don't know what the questions are. We have all the information. We are an open book. We are extremely transparent. We want to answer the questions. We just need to know what they are.
But I think that speaks to a different thing, though, is it's one thing for someone to say, I'm worried this might happen, and then you hear a superintendent say, yes, that very well might happen. But if it does not then immediately happen, there's a large group of people who say that's crying wolf. This is a budget tactic, right? And that's true for me, too. That's not a you thing, right? And Chris, I think very early in this journey, one of the things that was brought up was that, and this isn't an Easton thing, this is unfortunately, and easy for me to say as a town administrator, really common in the kind of public politics of budgeting for public institutions, is that unlike a private entity, we lay out and iterate on our budgets over time and warn these things may happen at some point in the future. And then because we have to balance a budget, we find a way to land the plane. Some folks say, good job, you did it. And others say, they were exaggerating. There's not a real problem here. And so often, and the Chromebook's such a good example, right? Because folks engage with schools or the town government in very, very different ways. And sometimes, like, that is someone's touch point. Like, if they see if their kid's having a good education, they get their teacher's great, their kid comes home with a new computer, it seems really discordant with this discussion. The problem is that by the time you as a community get to a place where you are sending home the laptop with 3 buttons, you've cut 50 jobs. And then
it's
the
too
house
late.
is on fire. That's really common, though, in public budgets, because some of that is ideological, but some of that's also reflective of very real, really high cost of living. And so people want, it's often you will see a community lay out, here are some things that are going to likely go very poorly if we don't have a conversation around revenue. And then that does not happen, and then those cuts happen, and it's terrible, and perhaps there's a correction. And then also there are times where communities say all these bad things will happen if we don't have a conversation around revenue, and then they find a way to make it work, and that's its own challenge too, right? So I don't know if I'm being constructive in that way, but it's such a hard balance of warning of things that could occur, trends that are worsening, and we're going to get to fiscal 26, and I think that's going to focus some of this too. We have been talking since last August about kind of our current situation, and now we're going to be starting to get into a discussion of very specific forecasts for this coming July, where we are going to, between now and the coming months, have to increasingly put pen to paper on very specific, here are positions that will be gone, which means this program. Here are capital things that will go underfunded. And it's just that balance of, if we try to quantify every single thing too soon, when we don't have enough information and those things don't occur, that can be a major credibility problem too. I don't know if that's helpful.
Patrick, can you promote me to panelist?
Tom, should we take a break and have ECAT come help us out?
I just got kicked out of Zoom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, why don't we take a break now then? It's 7:47. Let's be back at 8. And
Eric,
thank you all.
I think, is Eric the staff
Yes.
for ECAT? Could you maybe pop in during the break and help us out with our Zoom room?
Sorry,
Please?
folks,
Thanks.
for the tech issues.
Sorry, Tom. It's been, I don't know, this thing's been really active.
No, my husband just said.
I'll share it.
Marissa will be joining us momentarily. Okay, so we fixed our tech issues. I apologize, I didn't hear any of the conversation that was going on, but I'm hopeful it sounded like it was good. And was there anything as a takeaway that we needed to do from it, or are we okay to move on?
8-year-olds are wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure where we cut out, honestly.
I don't think you guys cut out. It was just we were trying to get the share.
Okay.
Okay, this is the school enrollment. So this is, again, all the information from our prior presentation. I will include it in the presentation I'm giving so that everybody has it. 2019, we were at 3549. Looks like we dropped about 50 to 2019, 2020. We dropped about 160, it looks like. 2020 to 2021. We bumped back up a little bit, picked up 9 in 2021, 2022, dropped about 35, and dropped about 30. So certainly that would be helping a student ratio if on average you went from 3,500 down to 3,280.
But that's only if you maintain all of your staff, and we
Correct.
don't do that.
I will show you in the next slide
That
that for 2022 through 2025, we added 37 positions in the schools.
Right, but it could be a program, for example, so students aren't outplaced, so it was a net gain in what it costs.
Sure.
Yeah.
And if most of that comes from teachers and paraprofessionals, assuming we're saying the same thing, but I think my gut tells me that we've added more teachers and paraprofessionals to help us educate our students.
Of course,
And we've just
and
decided to do that.
we have made a concerted effort to make sure that our class sizes remain low.
Sure.
That is a universal goal in school systems, so we have done that. That is true.
Okay. So we have the data. Somebody asked for it. We'll put it in the presentation so that you have it, and we'll try to get the number of educators that go into the math formula to get the percentages so that you have it. We'll look to try to get class size as asked from current slide. So same deficiency, I guess, but just so, again, giving information, there is the same student to administrator ratio bar graph that exists for student to teacher. So I think that was the line. The next slide. So we are in the first column. So we have, and again, this is 2020 through 2021 because it was the last time that this information set was available.
Right. I would not have this information on other schools, so I took this again from the Department of Education website, and that is the most updated one they have.
Sure. I have a slide that shows the position we've added from 2022 through 2025. So if anybody needs to, they can take this and bridge it. And if anybody has the inclination to go and look at all the other communities to take it and bridge it, that would be great. But at least this gives you comfort that you know who we were in this period of time and that we had, again, there are communities that are less than us, students to administrator, right? Like you can see Canton is lower and going down. We are here at approximately probably 140. And so these folks have a higher ratio of students to administrators than we do. These folks look like they're getting close to exactly who we are. Where I'm going with this is it shows we're in the ballpark. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, we're in the mix.
We're in the mix.
We're not an outlier.
We don't have the highest numbers. We don't have the lowest numbers. We seem to be in a mix, a little bit higher maybe than the average. Did you have another takeaway, Leisha, that you wanted to share?
For student to administrator ratio, that is correct. And you
Yep.
have the additional data on how many administrators we have
Going to show that next.
comp to other districts.
Okay? So in this presentation that you will receive, as a reminder, we all got this, but I want to put it all in one place. There is a comparison that the schools did at our request, at PASE's request, to compare how many other administrators people have. And so on the left column is the dark district, so Canton has 15. And on the right side is Avon. I'm going to switch just a little bit so nobody get vertigo on me, please.
Oh no. Why are you tempting fate?
Don't touch anything.
Because I want you, oh, what just happened? Who touched something? Hold on.
Thomas, if it was you, stand your desktop again.
Hold on.
It just reflects back. Yeah, every time it's going to go back to extend instead of duplicate.
Thank you. Going forward, I will make that automatic on the fly.
Yeah, we'll see.
So I just only put in the one screenshot in the PowerPoint, but I will send you this file separately. It has every school from the Dart and the neighboring, all the positions that they have. Brockton has 35 central administrators. They're a big school system.
Administrators, not just central.
Sorry.
Was this just central? I don't know.
I looked at the title
Sorry,
and
I
it said
can't see it from
central
here.
administration positions.
Okay, I can't see it from here. I know I
No
did
worries.
one on school-based admin as well, but this
No
one's
worries.
central.
Based
Thank
on
you.
the descriptions next to them, my sense is it's central too.
Yeah,
based
it's
on the
labeled up.
description.
Yeah, it's up at the top.
It's at the top. I'll make it
There
bigger.
you go. Zoom.
Okay.
Zoom in.
So now where I'm going to go with this real quick, once it catches up at the end. So we have 9 comprised of a superintendent, assistant superintendent, director of finance, director of DEIA, instructional technology, human resources, special services, operations, curriculum, and ELL. We have 9. Okay, I want to make sure, this is a great point. Somebody in the audience during our presentation said, I'd like to know why there were 2 positions added at the administration level last year. I get it. And I said, I agree. I think we should know where positions are added, including why we added 9 from 2022 to 12.6 paraprofessionals from 2022 to 2025, and why we added, I think it's like 13 or 14 teachers. We want to know why we added all of them and why we took some away. What I didn't say to that person, I just want to impress upon for us, one of those people was at that meeting. They may have had their wife there, and they may have had their kids there. I just want to be, and we did say this, that there are human faces and human names to the discussions we have. I don't begrudge that person for bringing up the question. I just wish he might have appreciated who might have been right behind him. And I'm not sure that that person necessarily did. So I just,
But I'm
saying,
happy to take a phone call to answer anybody's question that they have.
completely. The point I'm trying to make here is I want to make sure we don't get into a position discussion. If there's going to be reductions at some point, that's for other people to opine. But that's not for us to talk about one position here, because that person could be watching, their family could be watching, and I just want us to have a sense of decorum and understanding of that process.
Tom, could I also just add, I think an important thing here too, and just speaking in generality, is of course, folks are kind of free to have their opinions, of course. There are folks who are responsible under the law for making those final choices. That doesn't mean that we should not listen. However, you're talking about 9 staff, or an example, I was not in that room, but a position or 2 positions. That's okay. Certainly, I don't think what you're saying is everyone has to agree with every position.
No.
I think also part of that outside of let's just be thoughtful, because it's people, doesn't mean you can't talk about positions. Mm-hmm. But we also need to be thoughtful of scale.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right. And
So
I think that's really important too.
Good call. Thank you. So we're at 9. I encourage you to look at this. Wakefield is at 9, 1 to 374. We're 1 to 388. Tewksbury is at 9. Seekonk is at 8, but they clearly have less kids if they're 1 to 257. North Attleboro has 10, 1 to 392. Again, we're 1 to 388. North Andover has 12, 1 to 372. Marshfield has 9, 1 to 408, so more. So I just want you all to have access to this file, so when somebody says, well, I think you guys have a ton of people in central administration and it doesn't make any sense, whether or not you might have an opinion about it, there is a factual reference that is publicly sourced data that you can go and look at. Does that sound good so that everybody knows what this document is? Mm-hmm. Cool. And the same thing on the other side, obviously. Brockton's 35, 1 to 427. Avon's 8, 1 to 92. That's a pretty low number. Foxborough's 9, 1 to 276.
Is the full matrix at the bottom of this entire thing though?
It's just the number, the
ratio.
average. We're 1 to 388. Avon's the best at 1 to 92.
Well, I think that part of that is because no matter how many students you have a certain, you have to have a superintendent, you have to have an assistant, you know, there's positions that whether you have 500 students or more, there's a base level, you know.
So everybody kind of just understands the information you're going to get to help you answer a question about how many people do we have in central administration. Does anybody have a question about the number of people in central administration?
To Connor's point, if you got rid of all of them, you still wouldn't even make a drop in the bucket. Not saying we should.
But does
like
anybody have a
the-
question about the number that we
No.
have? So we're all aligned. So if you're not saying something now, that's on you. Are we all good?
I think it's very good data to have for this context because it's
Okay.
it's the comparison itself. Again, it's the hearsay that people bring up because they think they have an understanding of what that means. There are specific needs for a school district, regardless of how you cut it. And again, if we're trying to do what we can to make this the best school system possible, you know, I think we're well in the mix with all these other communities, as we've seen.
Okay. Next up is, this is an example. I'm going to probably switch gears again, but this is we asked the schools to go and do this homework. They gave it to us. So this is so you can see. So 6 to 8, they have 742 students in Canton at the William, I'm assuming, Gavin School. They staff it with 3 people, 1 principal, 1 assistant, and 1 dean of students. I'm just using this to give you an understanding to illustrate this. So Foxborough has 5 to 8, they staff it with 3. 6 to 8, Danvers staffs it with 3. Grafton has 7 and 8, so 2 grades, not 3 or 4, and they staff it with 2. Furnace Brook, 6 to 8, staff it with 4. So now let me switch screens, probably refresh what I share. Hope that Dottie doesn't move.
It's not you.
We'll get there, don't worry. We know how this works.
Hit it. There you go. What'd you do?
Oh boy.
You just have to extend your screen. Right, Patrick?
My IT guru over here knows what she's talking about.
Something happened.
Do it again.
Can you bump me back in?
There you go.
There we go. So the full document, and I'm just using 6 to 8, 5 to 8, whatever it is. North Andover has 6 to 8, 3 people. North Attleboro, 6 to 8, 3 people. Seekonk, 6 to 8, 2 people. Tewksbury is 1 grade, so 2 people, but they have 5 to 8 and 7 to 8, so 2 years. Let's see, Wakefield, 5 to 8, 3 people. Easton Middle School, 6 to 8, 3 people. If you were keeping track, the majority of 5 to 8 or 6 to 8 has 3 people. Did you guys follow that? Mm-hmm. Does anybody need me to recreate the number of districts that have 3 people? Good. Okay, we have 3 people. So if somebody says, how are we staffing our schools? You have a reference doc that you can say, according to the dark communities and according to the neighboring districts, I can tell you the answer to that.
And the size of the schools.
And the size of the classes that are in those.
The population of students.
Correct, population of students. I don't know if everybody had this, but it's a great way for me to say, seems like we're pretty normal for 6 to 8. Seems like everybody else has roughly 3. We have 3. Some do it with 2. One person does it with 4.
This is information that was presented to us before, but it is so helpful, I think, to go over this now again in this detail as questions have come up and we can answer them. This is very, very helpful.
I think I'm wearing them down, Nancy, because there's not a lot of questions. So this is good. We got them right where we
I
want.
think,
Everybody,
I think you're giving them the information
everybody
that they need.
good on that? Good, 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 good. All good? Okay. So next part of the slide, this is just comparing 16 through 25. Again, same presentation from October 23rd. This is where we have added or taken away positions. So central and school administrators have gone up by 0.8. I believe these are FTEs.
Correct.
Yeah. Unit A administrators down 0.9. Instructional is up 21. Instructional support 2.5. Instructional support SPED up 9.9. SPED related 4. Medical health services up almost 3. Unit B administrators are up 5.7. And we've got 39 more paraprofessionals. And we're down 5.25 on office clerical.
Can I ask one question as a layman? Unit A versus Unit B?
Thank you. Unit A is all of the professional staff that includes teachers, nurses, school adjustment counselors, guidance counselors, OT, PT, speech, most of the professional staff in the building. Unit B is middle management. Assistant principals, special ed coordinators, director of guidance, director of nursing.
Yep. Supported.
Thank you.
Okay. So the takeaway to me is if somebody asks the question, are we building on the front lines from FY16 to FY25? It looks to me that we have added instructionalist teachers. So we've added 21 teachers. We've added 39 paraprofessionals. Is instructional support considered frontline?
Paraprofessionals.
What was that?
Instructional.
Instructional support and then instructional support / SPED.
It says guidance, library, SRO.
Yes.
So I don't know if I'd call them frontline, but teachers and parapros have the largest category growth. Adjustment counselors and psychologists have the second largest category growth. So that to me is a reflection of our values, whether or not we all know we did this consciously, but in this 10-year period, that's how we have invested our money in personnel and staffing. Does anybody not agree with that statement? Okay. Everybody gets it? They feel they understand? All right. Lastly, sorry for the eye chart. Definitely it's not something I like to do. But this is from the budget book that comes out every year. I forget the exact page number, but I will walk you through it. This is why when the gentleman said, but you increased 2 central admin, I said, you're right, but the largest single category increase that we have were paraprofessionals over the last 3 years, where we added 11.6 FTEs and 13 people. And then the second largest is when you add teacher gen ed and teacher special ed, we added 7.5 or 9 people.
Can I just clarify what an FTE is in case someone at home doesn't know?
Sure, full-time equivalent?
Yes,
And what do you
it's a
categorize it
full-time
as?
equivalent. So if you have 2 people who work 0.5, that means one works they both work half a day. So that is, when you're talking about staff numbers, that would be 2. When you're talking about full-time equivalent, it would be 1.
Yep, makes sense. Good, that's a great example. So I just did this myself. I exported it, typed in the numbers so I could get this variance. So I could understand that on the school side, we added 38 FTEs or 39 people, of which the overwhelming majority is 19 or 20 from paraprofessionals here. The second largest growth, if I remember correctly, was 2.2 interventionists. Oh, thank you, Sari. You're super helpful. And I was wrong. It's 7, 8, 9.5, 9.9. So it's 10 teachers because there's 3 teacher lines. Sorry. So the next one is 2.2 for interventionists.
No.
Hopefully I didn't miss anything else. Food services 2. So you can see how this works. So when you get it, you can literally see where we have changed staffing for the last 3 years. And if you go to a 3-year-old budget book, you'll see the 3 years before that. So for 6 years, we've been telling people how we staff and how we've been changing. I might recommend variance columns, but it doesn't matter. Just one guy's opinion.
I think we have variance
Budget
columns.
book have variance columns?
I don't think so.
Okay.
If it does, then shame on me for doing
Yeah,
double work.
I
Okay.
think there is.
So-
It's
Find
just
out so
for
we
the
can shame
2
it.
years you compare.
School is
not
up
all the
38
years.
FTEs over the last 3 years. Town is up 13.6. Grand total's 51.4. And the town side has the same information in detail. This is a school presentation. So when somebody says, I don't know why, again, I'm using this to exaggerate the point. I don't know why you only invested in top leadership. I would argue, I'm not sure I see that. These are facts. Now, if you want to have a discussion about a single position that you disagreed with, I would reference the April 25th school committee meeting where they talked about the budget, and I would find out when the next school committee budget meetings are, and I would go and talk to them about that. Talk to your school committee, talk to your school superintendent, voice your displeasure or your agreement, and share why you do or don't believe in some single position somewhere. But these are large numbers that are inarguable about how we have allocated our investment in terms of people in the school system. Is that fair? All right. So if we know how many administrators we have and how we compare regionally, if we know how many teachers we have, again, weird teacher-student ratio aside, and if we know how we staff our schools, this is literally the positions, here's the last thing you guys will all get. First of all, 65% of our salary is allocated to teachers. They're the largest group of people. This is 2024, full gross salary. There were 291 teacher identified positions paid. They got 26.3 million gross salary. The average salary is 90.4. 65% of the total salary. It goes to a teacher. The next largest group is 7% going to parapros. There are 109 people. They on average get 26.5, 7%. So between those two categories, 72% of your spend are those two things. Now I'm going to try to make this super easy for you. If 83% of your spend is people and 72% of your 83% are teachers and paraprofessionals, you can clearly tell the number one expense that exists in the school side are our teachers and our paraprofessionals in the front line. It's a fact. It's math. We all agreed 82 or 83% of our spend for the school's operating budget were people. Of our people, 72% are those two categories. The next one is custodian. So 75% are teacher, parapro, and custodian. 77% gets you guidance counselors. Another 2% is actually teachers because they're substitutes. Nursing gets you to 80. Everything else after that is 1%. Doesn't mean it's not meaningful, but I just want you to understand where your expense dollars are being allocated. And if you want to look at individuals, because it's okay, I want to make sure people know this, there's only one superintendent and we know what she makes, and we always have. You can go on LinkedIn, Indeed, anywhere you want and compare that salary. If you want to understand and have a question about where we spend our money, this is the rest of the positions, just so you know I have them all the way down to the one LPN who paid $1,197 to. And I also want you to know in this packet, you will get every single person's salary in the school department. Every one. Sorry, but I'm going to be blunt. Dr. Cabral is 1. Andre is 3. Amy Meehan's 9, 8, 9. Right? We got Kathy Millett. So we've got 4 people in the top 15 positions of salaries, which is good because hopefully like those are the people usually represent seniority, engagement, level of influence, so on and so forth. But when you get this file, every single person and their pay that they got in 2024, you will receive. These numbers feed the preceding graph of how much we pay our teachers, how much we pay, so on and so forth. Now, full disclosure, I'm going to hopefully do this right because you guys brought up a great point. In and of itself, what these dollars mean is not necessarily good or bad, meaning some of these represent negotiated contractual steps up for people that have been here for 20 years, have done multiple degrees, have enhanced their value worth through all the appropriate channels, and that could be reflected in their pay. I'm not going to get into too much more personal stuff, but just make sure when you're looking at it that you're taking into account that there are reasons for the number to exist other than just the fact that a number exists. So, but as you go through it, and I will give you the file, but I just want you to know every single person is listed, the 811 people that you can get, all the way down to, I'll hit F7 again.
Here we go again.
So just to be clear, you asked me for a list of gross salaries for every employee. So I literally gave you everything.
Yeah.
That there's no context. So if somebody retired halfway through a year, that's not going to show that.
Yep.
If somebody works part-time,
Agreed.
that's not going to be reflected. So just to be
Correct.
clear.
Yep, great call.
Some people work year-round, some people work 10
Some
months a
people
year.
work 10 months, some
Yep.
people work for 12 months. Yeah.
Additionally, do those figures include clubs, stipends,
Everything.
extra?
I wanted, he asked for gross salary, I gave him everything.
Just so you know, that's not just your contracted salary alone for your teaching position. It is also other.
Yeah, well, not just teachers, everyone.
Yes, for
Yeah.
everyone.
Yep.
Contracted salary, period, but
Yep.
it is everything. That's important distinction.
Yeah. So leading the witness, we all agreed 83% of our challenge of our split was people, and you now have every penny that we spent on people. So if somebody says you're not being transparent or visible, literally say, do you want to see my salary? If you happen to be in the school system or the town. By the way, thank you for the format. I didn't need this. I can go to opengovsalaries.com. I can go to govsalaries.com. I could get all this info for the last 5 years. Since it's public knowledge, we as leaders felt it appropriate that you just got it. So I don't have any more slides to present. I'm not presenting any now anyways, which is great. But this was an over-exaggerated effort so that, now on the town side, sorry, one more thing. Town side, this is already in the budget book. Like we already listed, people's salaries are listed by department. So if somebody said, well, it's there for the town, now you can say, I've got it for the entire school system. Right? And like, I just want to bring full circle. You always had it. Mm-hmm. Everybody in this room had it, whether you knew it or not. Everybody in our town has it, whether they know it or not. There's no hiding in the public world. Okay? So I hope this works, this presentation that you'll receive and the accompanying files will empower you to feel like you have as much information to create visibility around the schools and where they spend their money, and that if somebody doesn't want to drink that Kool-Aid, you just need to move on. Does anybody not feel that way? It's okay. You have to voice it now. If you can't, then you're going to have to help find a way to be able to say, like, I'm still stuck on something. But if we're all aligned, then we go out into the marketplace with all of our residents, we should be sharing all this info. When somebody says, I don't think there's visibility, you should say, oh my God, let me show you all of the 83% of the expense. And by the way, the next 12% is sped. I'm happy to talk to you about that. Do you need to see the transportation contract? We can get it for you, it's public. Right? Mm-hmm. Job descriptions, are job descriptions public? I know you have a personnel plan, so the town side has them. Do you by chance have job descriptions, Dr. Cabral?
We have some. We just got a human resources person. Easton
Sure.
Public Schools never had one. And so as positions are hired, they're all being updated.
Got it. If, maybe we can take it offline, but if we can get whatever ones we have and you are comfortable sharing that, that's probably the last thing of helping people understand what do these folks do. I think that a resume is a poor example of what necessarily a person does. I'm not sure a resume captures everything a teacher does. Maybe it does, I don't know. But it's at least something that we can continue to give to people in a show of good faith to illustrate what we're doing. But in terms of where the money is spent, I hope everybody feels good about this. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. Jim, you feel good about this? Yeah. Cool. Connor?
This is my career.
Love it. Good. You guys
I feel
good?
great about
Wendy, Chris, you good? All right. Dr. Cabral, thank you for helping put this together. I'm assuming I did it halfway decent
I
job.
only gave you the salaries.
True. Well,
so
you gave us all the other
thank
slides
you for, well, true. But
Denise, Dottie, any thoughts? You guys good?
I'm having a lot of anxiety about closing the budget gap, seeing these numbers,
Sure.
you know.
How about this side? You guys all good?
Good.
All If there's something else we need to step back to do a retrenchment in terms of foundational knowledge so that we can all be ambassadors to go forward, let us know. We did this tonight purposely to help people so that they felt they had the information in one place. Again, I do expect you to see roaming the hallways with it. It's great stuff. Joke on it. Okay. Next up, FY26 budget outlook. Everybody should have this page. Came out earlier in our meeting.
Thanks, Tom. So this process has been really helpful for me, understanding that we put out 400-page budget books, but the volume of info is not necessarily. So we go really far on that transparency there, but it's not necessarily digestible. And so we've started doing forecasting on this kind of single-page consolidated sheet. So if, as I talk through this, it's helpful, please tell me. If, as I talk through, you say, this is terrible and I don't follow, please also tell me. Because if you don't tell me, no one will. And then I'll be in a town meeting that's going to be probably rather challenging. And I need to make sure we're presenting things well. So what you have here is subject to change as printed in red. I intend to issue the first draft of the fiscal 26 budget on Monday, the 27th at the select board meeting. I would very much like, although I will see all of you, I think, on the 29th, for you folks to either tune in to that or when I distribute the budget memo and the accompanying data to just at least flip through it before PASE on Wednesday, the 29th. We recognize how little time you all have as a committee to come up with recommendations on how we are going to deal with a extraordinarily large problem that is quantified at the bottom of the sheet as $6.38 million. So we wanted to get you information, even recognizing that on the expense side for town schools, it's still in development. So we could have this conversation and start to get people to appreciate how real this is. So with that said, you can see fiscal 23, 24, 25 budgets. And really what we'll talk about is the 25 budget and 26 preliminary budget and the variance columns there. So starting at the top, you have your taxation, right? Base tax levy. So that's the tax collection we have. That first top column is an increase of 4.85. That's a reflection of the 2.5% plus new growth. We had a really good year for new growth in 25. And thank God, because that's the one good piece of revenue news in this document. You'll see exempt debt. So this is an estimate for now, and Jim brought this up, and he is right to. Exempt debt reflects the principal and interest payments that we have for the bonds associated with projects like the Blanche James Elementary School, Oliver Ames High School, and of course the debt that's going to be coming online for police, fire, and public works. We will not have that full 700 estimate hit in 1 year, but we are going to start seeing meaningful increments of those bonds start to come online in fiscal 26, right? And so right now the estimate is 2.8 million. So what that gets you is a tax levy forecasted to increase at 7.24%. I highlight the 2.8 million on the exempt debt because that can kind of confuse. If you scroll to the bottom, the green column, total revenues, you say, oh, revenues are up 3.8 million. That seems like a decent amount. 2.8 of that is associated with that project. Those are segregated revenue and spend. So the net operating revenue that we're looking at for our departments and for our fixed costs is closer to 1 million, which is closer to 1%. So going through state aid, we don't have a forecast for fiscal 26 from the state yet. The state has its own budget process. It starts with the governor issuing her budget proposal. That will be within the next week or two, and we will incorporate that in here. But the state, much like us, they have their public budget hearings, and we follow those along, and they usually show their hand to an extent at what's called the consensus revenue hearing, where the state budget officials get together, they look at economic data, and they say, we think that the state's net tax revenue is going to go up probably, in this case, 2% year over year next year. The state usually takes that figure, and that's your unrestricted government aid. So you'll see that forecasted at a 2% increase, which for Easton is $53,000. The state's budget is tightening, as folks who follow the news are probably aware. And so while we did finally last year have a year where Chapter 70 education aid, which is really meaningful. Second to taxation, the largest source of revenue for Easton. We received $104 of new revenue per pupil. The state law only requires 30, and so unless and until we see otherwise, we're going to assume that, and so that would bring 102,000 new dollars to Easton and Easton Public Schools, which is less than a single % increase.
Sorry, you're estimating at 30.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I want to make sure.
And so the total state aid, so that's our second largest revenue category. We're forecasting right now an increase of 156,000 or 1% and change. Local receipts, that includes things like meals tax, the 0.75% of a meals tax that you pay, ambulance revenue, motor vehicle excise, building permits. Those have grown healthily in recent years, but as you can just see from the size of that revenue account, even when those grow 5, 6, 7% in a year, as they have been, it's just too small to offset 1% in state aid, right? Right now, we're forecasting 3.2% there. We hope that this is one that moves a lot through the budget process because we base this on year-to-date actual collections we're seeing. So like right now, we're just seeing the close of Q2 of fiscal 25. And as we get closer to town meeting, we'll at least have 3 quarters of collections data to look at with excise taxes, building permits, and we will increase fees to the extent we can do so responsibly. But if we're trying to show where we're going in the coming months, even if that account were to be going up, 5%, that gets you another couple 100,000. So we will look closely. There may be some opportunity for improvement there, but it's not going to get us home. Is this making sense so far?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The next category is reserves and other funds. And there's a subtotal down there that says total reserves / other. It's right above total revenues. And you will see that, as we talked about extensively last year and at town meeting, the total reserves used in fiscal 25 increased dramatically to buy us 1 year to do PASE, basically. And as we knew, certain things like federal ARPA funds, you'll see that, right? That's 4 columns down, were going to expire, and we were walking those down. But now that's a $430,000 loss of funding next year. You will notice right at the top, free cash. Free cash last year was programmed at $1.67 million, and that represented roughly 50% of the free cash we had available. Our financial policies that have been adopted by the elected leadership of this community stipulate that we ought not to be using free cash for operations on a recurring basis for the stuff we talked about tonight. That should be going towards purchasing technology, capital assets, funding SPED stabilization accounts, funding general stabilization accounts. However, we capped it at, and if it must be used, it will not be more than 50%. So you see here a reduction of $503,000. That's by almost a third that we're forecasting for next year, and that's real, and we know that because our free cash dropped from 3.3-ish million. Going into the next year, it's closer to 2.3, right? And so just that plus ARPA is a nearly $1 million funding drop. Does that make sense?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Stabilization fund. We are making the kind of conscious choice, and I'm interested in feedback from the committee. We know we will need to use stabilization funds in this budget. It is warranted. However, generally, and I don't know what the right term is, I think anchoring is the term, right? If the first revenue forecast I published publicly assumed 1.5 million in stabilization, that immediately gets baked into the public consciousness. And outside of this group that's looking at this, that's the basement now. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And that, to me, would obfuscate the true nature and scale of the problem. Does that make So that's why we chose at this stage, even though we know we will program it, to show none. Yeah. Because we do not want to over-represent recurring revenue available, because that is a actually scary situation next year, and I think people need to appreciate that.
Connor, what's the stabilization amount that we have?
It's at 7 million, approximately. Yeah.
So just for me, round number, it's every million's 15%, give or take.
That's right. And under our fund policies as well, I'll talk policy and I'll talk professional and fiduciary practice. Under our policies, they stipulate that we would not use more than a quarter to a third of that balance in a year. Using a third of that balance would be a extremely risky thing to do.
Definitely.
We have our finances rated by Moody's every year when we issue bonds for extremely expensive capital projects like Blanche Ames or like police, fire, and public works. And if Moody's sees that after 10 years of austere budgets, we've built our stabilization account from $1.5 million to $7 million, which are accurate figures, Moody's is inclined to keep our rating strong or maybe upgrade it, which then translates to less interest that we pay on 9-digit bonds. That saves tax, and that passes directly into your tax bill. So when we do a debt exclusion, to tie back, I think somebody said, the distinguishment between those. When we do a debt exclusion, the price on your tax bill, we of course have to estimate it, and you vote to authorize up to a certain borrowing capacity. But at the end of the day, what will be shown on your tax bill is going to be a reflection of the construction actuals and the cost of our borrowing. So that's why with Blanche Ames, when we estimated it would be 450 to 500, and that project came in 10 million under budget, and we were very fortunate to be borrowing in the lowest interest market ever, the real impact was 240. Mm-hmm. Great news, right?
240 a year per average tax bill?
That's correct, for the Blanche Ames School. So if we over-leverage our reserves at a time that we are going to market on 20, 40, $60 million bonds, we are risking our bond rating and therefore paying more for 30 years on those notes. I can't quantify exactly what that would be, but it's an important thing for people to keep in mind. That's one aspect. There's also then the reality, as we know, that any reserve money you use to plug a hole today is an obligation you create for yourself tomorrow plus interest. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So if let's say we have a $7 million balance. We can just put $6.3 million in here and say we're done and walk away, right? Mm-hmm. The select board would fire me, as they ought to, and Moody's would probably call DOR. DOR probably wouldn't let us balance the budget that way. But then you have all those costs, any cost of living adjustment for unions, any contractual step increases, any market increases to utilities. So then you have all of those growth factors the following year and nothing in the tank to help offset that. So you just have to be really thoughtful about applying those, because as our free cash over time narrows, our ability to recharge the stabilization fund also narrows because our policy says put 25% in, right? This is good so far. Okay. So we will put stabilization funds in the mix. But I suppose what I'd like to draw people's attention to is if you look at the bottom of the total reserves and other, you're seeing we're at a net loss of 1.87 million. So even if we leveraged more than $1 million out of stabilization, which would be an extraordinarily large amount, then we still have $5.3 million of a problem. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Connor, can I ask a question on stabilization? In a typical year, we'd be adding to that stabilization fund?
Yes.
In this proposed budget, we are taking away from the stabilization?
Yes.
Okay.
However, in the interest of full transparency, we pass a budget in spring, and then in the fall town meeting, even in a year where we used stabilization fund, like this year, right? So fiscal 25, the year we're in, used 756,000 of stabilization, and that pulled the balance down to the mid sixes or the low 6 millions. Then when we went to fall town meeting, we had free cash. We took a quarter of that, and we plugged that back into the bank, and with interest, we're at 7, which is great. That's kind of where we started last year. But as our free cash narrows, right? So I mean, you could do the math. If our free cash is, I won't do the math. I'll say it's 2 million, so that the liberal arts person can do the math. We spend $1 million in the budget, and we use $1 million of stabilization. That leaves us 500,000 of free cash to put back into stabilization. So your net is going down 500,000 in the savings account. Does that make sense? Yeah. So we will likely in the fall, which feels very far from now, put something back in the stabilization fund. But if we are drawing $1 million plus, the likelihood that we're going to be putting that amount in is close to zero. So we will be going down.
It is zero.
Fair enough.
It is zero. I mean, the free cash certification that we had this year of 2.3 million, we were actually lucky to get that. And the only reason it was 2.3 million, because it would have been 2 million, was because we got ARPA money to fund the fire public safety radios. We had a capital appropriation of 320,000 for that, which we spent out of available funds, but we were able to get that approved through ARPA, so that money came back to us, went into the general fund free cash certification.
Denise, for context, for 7 straight years from FY17, we added to our reserve balance. FY25 was the first time in all of those years that we took from it, subtracted. And it looks like this would be a second consecutive year of subtracting from it.
That's right.
So, and that's good sound policy back in FY17. It was consciously decided to adopt a policy to force the allocation of free cash to build our stabilization account. So hopefully that gives you context of just reinforcing the situation we find ourselves in.
Also, what that meant is we've had to make cuts to do that across the board. So
that's right. Those policies were adopted concurrent with and in the wake of the failed attempt for an override to fix a structural revenue problem in 2016. And that launched the operational audit and all those things, right? And that's fine. And these are strong policies. And, but Dr. Cabral and I have been in these respective seats functionally that entire time and can attest to, and so can folks here, there's been some tough town meetings, usually every other one, right? Because we have not leaned into one-time money at a rate that we perhaps could have, but would just be at an extraordinarily high risk. And because these things are cyclical, right? There are economic downturns. There are times where you need these funds. Our stabilization fund balance, and you could do comps on this too, and it's in the comp report, is the best it's been in Easton. Somebody at town meeting said it was the most conservative town administrator in Massachusetts, which I don't know if that was a compliment or an insult, but while we have made a lot of progress on that balance here, it's still not, like that's 7% of your operations, like that's just being reasonably prudent. It's not as if we're hoarding these balances, right? And a lot of our peers have a substantially higher balance both in raw dollars and as a percentage of their operations. So I think that's important too, because I understand if you are the least senior member in a public sector union watching these conversations, and the decision on 50 to 100,000 more in revenue means your job, that's incredibly painful. And so I hope I don't sound like I'm being insensitive to that fact, because I do fully appreciate the enormity of that and how stressful that is. Does everyone feel okay about this? We're now at the bottom of the total revenues. Is there any questions about the reserves or anything like that?
Question. How do you factor in state aid and the likelihood that there might be a reduction in it? How do you deal with that? That's been asked.
Okay, so
because you have your budget and you have your projection of what you might get.
Right.
And if it gets cut, how does it get dealt with?
So usually the way where that would be a real concern would be something called a 9C cut. That's a provision of state law where the governor can implement budget controls on the state level and cut the current year budget that's been adopted. Often when that happens, sometimes things that take hits are local aid, things like that. You can't account for that, and that's why one of the many reasons why you want to have things like stabilization funds. Thankfully, that doesn't happen super regularly, but it has happened. And it happened in Easton, right? When the recession hit the financial crisis, there was, and that was, I think, a $1 million.
Mitt Romney was governor.
It was huge. So that's a good question. And again, that just we can't plan for that. Usually, by the time we're finalizing our budget, the state's budget is on its second or third iteration of the House and the Senate. We obviously usually the direction it goes for local aid is marginally better over time. But I mean, you're talking 4, 5-digit numbers, and we go with the most current version. But to your question, there was mid-year cuts. It would depend on the size of it and all those other contextual factors. But we would at a fall town meeting say, hey, this external thing happened. We need to plug this hole, or you would need to do budget cuts and layoffs. Those would be your choices. Any other questions on reserves? Okay. So again, what that looks like is a general fund revenue of 104 million. That's an increase of 3.8 million, 3.85%. If 2.8% of that was not exempt revenue that's tied to a non-operation, this would be an easier year, still a tough one, but it's not. So getting into costs. So we start with fixed costs, and we have town and school budget. So fixed costs, exempt debt, you'll see a large increase, 2.8 million. It's exactly commensurate with the revenue. So while that is a real cost for a taxpayer, it is a net neutral on the operating position. Does everyone understand what I mean when I say that? Because there were questions at the open house. There will continue to be questions of, didn't we just have an override to support police, fire, public works, or didn't we just do a school override for Blanche James? Why are these departments in a hard spot? Does that make sense as far as it being, I'm certainly not going to contest that it leads to a tax increase, but that it's a net neutral on the operating position, arguably an improvement on the operating position because we're no longer throwing tons of money into emergency repairs into dying buildings.
So what does the phrase exempt debt mean?
Thank you. So Prop 2.5 limits the total amount of tax revenue a city or town can collect each year to an increase of 2.5% over last year plus any new growth. The only way around that or over that is an override, and there are two types. One is a debt exclusion, and the other is a general operating override. Easton has had many successful debt exclusions, 2 recently, but many over time. Voters here have generally been very supportive of capital projects. A debt exclusion is unique compared to an operating override. They both increase the tax levy and therefore downstream your tax bill. A debt exclusion is unique because it is tied to a specific capital program, usually a building, but not always. Some communities do like a small debt exclusion for roads or things like that. And it is forecasted, but at the end of the day, you're paying the actual cost of the annual debt payment for that asset. And as soon as it's fully paid off, that tax increase goes away. This is just my professional opinion. I think the reason why debt exclusions, not just in Easton, but around the state, pass more regularly is because it's a concrete, specific thing that's easier for folks to conceptualize a direct net benefit of their tax increase, and it's not forever. It's usually a long time, but it's not forever. And so that's the difference. You cannot pull money from debt exclusion revenue, no matter how tough your operating budget year is. You cannot divert those funds into operations, just like you cannot divert CPA revenue into non-CPA things. Does that help?
I just want to add that why it says it's exempt from the limitations of Prop 2.5.
Now do non-exempt debt.
So non-exempt debt means debt payments that are within our budget. They are within the limits of Prop 2.5. And so you'll see the annual debt payments there are substantially smaller in the non-exempt debt category compared to the exempt debt. As time has gone on, before the operating picture was becoming so bleak, Wendy and I were starting to have conversations with financial advisors that Easton's debt service is actually pretty low. If you look at that, you're looking at less than 3% of the operating budget reflected for our capital investments, right? And that's not like dangerously low, but Moody's wants, yeah, they want to see enough to indicate that you are prioritizing capital investments. Does that make sense? Okay.
Just maybe it's good for the audience at home. That is an example, right? Cruiser, right? If you had to go through non-exempt debt to do a capital purchase, some of those things you're buying with
cash available.
Cash that you have available, but
Right.
there are other things based on availability and whatnot that you do have to buy based against that debt.
That's right. And so the tighter our cash availability becomes through the use of it in the operating budget, right, the less cash capital we have for things. We don't want to be issuing bonds to pay for Chromebooks, right? That should be for really large items. But the fewer cash dollars you have left, necessarily the more you are underfunding those capital programs, which over time, that deferred maintenance adds up to having to do huge capital projects, right? So that's another way that the budget gap really strains those long-term things. One more bit on the excluded debt that I think is important is that we also look at our financial liabilities, right? And that includes our unfunded maintenance needs. And so when you do something like Blanche Ames and you take 3 elementary schools that are collectively probably close to 200 years old offline, or you do the police, fire, public works, you take those buildings offline, there is, again, 100% a cost in a large one, particularly the most recent one. But you are also wiping away millions or tens of millions of dollars worth of capital liability. So there is some benefit there. So getting into the next line is just one of the things that's extremely challenging our budget this coming years. EE is employee benefits and insurance. So that includes healthcare premiums for active and retired members of the school and the town department. Wendy, you consolidated a bunch of things here, so help me out. But I think that also includes pension assessment, which is payback, catch-up payments to the Bristol County Pension Fund. Right? Teachers have their own state pension fund. Other folks are in Bristol County. And so we today, and this is not unique to Easton, this is many communities, are, as we hire newer employees, I don't want to use the word younger because I'm not necessarily younger, but like as you go through forward in time, newer employees pay a much higher percent of their own salary into the pension system because actuaries are hopefully getting better at their job and saying, oh, it turns out 5% is not enough for a guaranteed benefit, right? In the past, those payments were smaller. Again, none of us here today have any control of that. And so communities who are in these systems, which are legally obligated to be fully funded, have to make catch-up payments. There is, in theory, a beautiful day that seems like it's always 6 years away, where when you've made enough of those, you're fully funded and you're good, and that fixed cost goes away. I mean, you're on the audit committee, you know, right? Like, it's always 6 years away.
And it's my career.
Connor, so this would be, one of the community members brought up something called unfunded pensions. This is what they were referring to?
This
Okay.
I thought it was Chris, but it wasn't you,
It's
Chris.
part of.
Underfunded or unfunded?
Yeah, so it could be part of it.
underfunded.
So pension is very specific. That's this. They could have been talking about OPEB.
They were
which
talking OPEB.
I'll come back to that.
Yeah.
So just if you look here, right? So go from fiscal 24 budget to fiscal 26 preliminary and look at the growth in that cost, which is our healthcare premiums, right? So the town pays 75% of the premiums for health plans, for individuals and family plans, for our town and school employees and our retirees. So while we all know, because we pay the other 25%, like that we've seen those 10% year over year increases. That is multiplied threefold for the town, and I think it's roughly 1,000 accounts, right? Or some 800. It's a huge number. For many years, being in the GIC was a real benefit. We were seeing budget increases in the mid-3s, which for healthcare is reasonably good. In the past 2 years, so what the GIC is forecasting, and this is a state commission, we do not get to negotiate this rate, although it's commensurate with what you're seeing in the healthcare market, they're forecasting up to 12% premium increases for fiscal 26, following 10% increases in fiscal 25. All right? So just the town's share of healthcare premiums has grown $2 million in 2 years. The pension liability has grown $1 million in those 2 years. Nearly a full half of this very scary $6.3 million deficit that we see down here is attributable to those two items. Does anyone have questions about those items? Tying it into OPEB. When somebody asks about OPEB,
I don't know what that stands for.
it is other post-employment benefits.
Thank you.
Other than pensions,
Other than pension.
which is typically health insurance.
Which is typically health insurance. So we have unique workforces where some folks, they're, what is it, group 1, 2, 3, and 4, depending on your type of profession and the age that you begin it, you can retire at a full pension at very different ages. Police, firefighters, and I believe teachers can, if they start early, retire younger than civilian or administrative workers, right? And there's a lot of rationale at the state level for that and the county level for the health risks on police and fire. I am not making a value judgment, I'm just stating facts. There is an interesting effect on our actuarial liability there, which is that when someone retires, let's say at, Chris, I'll put you on the spot. 55. If that makes sense for them, they are eligible for a health care plan until they're Medicare eligible. And so you may have someone who is retired from the community. They're drawing from a pension, which is a county-funded thing, so that's no longer necessarily your liability there, minus the catch-up payments. But they get health care as a retiree from the community that is the same plan that an active worker gets, right? And a family health plan can cost $20,000 plus. And so we have a unique workforce where we have a lot of people who fall into that gap of can retire 3, 4, 5, 10 years prior to Medicare eligibility, where they have to move most of their benefits to Medicare, and that liability really shrinks for the town.
And those responsibilities may shift in terms of amount per town, but this isn't a unique Easton thing.
It's not unique to Easton. This is a looming financial crisis for municipalities around the state that administrators, finance directors, et cetera, have been pleading with the state for some kind of state level reform for decades.
Sure.
It is something that ratings agencies have started really paying more attention to and wanting to see that you are at least making some effort demonstrating you appreciate the challenge. And so what all of this means is that you can cost out, based on your current workforce today, how much those premiums may be in the aggregate. And that's an actuarial liability. It's not a today liability. We're pay-go, right? We pay that liability as we go. That is part of our challenge with our operating budget, is that as more folks retire, except in really tough budget years where you're cutting positions, you usually then replace them. So that person, if they retire at 55 and stay on a family health plan for $20,000, and then somebody at 22 years old replaces them and takes a family health plan, you're now paying $40,000. Again, I'm not saying any of this as a value judgment. These are just mathematical facts. So OPEB, when people refer to OPEB, is shorthand for what is the actuarial accounting of that unfunded future premium liability. And we get that updated every year, and it stands at
Every other year. It was like, what, 190 million? It can swing 10, 20 million depending on certain assumptions.
Yeah.
But,
And what do we have in our OPEB accounts?
some six-figure number.
yeah.
$200,000, $300,000 or something.
And we've only been contributing $25,000 a year annually towards it, which is
Another
drop in
thing
the
that
bucket.
ought to be being funded regularly with free cash. That is not, right? So what this means is not that the town is 190 million in debt, right? Because people sometimes jump to that. What this means is that we have a growing liability in the future that on our current path will continue to strain and block out our annual revenue growth and of us having to pay the pay-go premium, right? I'm not blaming retirees or anything like that. This is a fact. Yeah. And this is just one more of those areas that's really important. You know, we have a real tough thing to deal with in the next 4 months, but there are 10, 20, 50-year decisions as well that we need to make. And so again, we do not have remotely enough to offset it, right? But at least we now have adopted a trust fund policy, right? We have started moving nominal amounts in. We have appealed to our unions that in laying this out, that this is coming. Chris, you might have been at the table. You were. And that we want to maintain good benefits for our people, but that the future, and I think this discussion was 7 years ago, yeah, is not going to get easier. And so only through collective bargaining, if unions agree, could we do a payroll deduction, right? take a nominal amount of all active employees' pay and contribute that. That was not agreed to by all units, and so that never got implemented. And again, I'm not making value judgments. These are just facts. Even had everyone agreed 7 years ago, that wouldn't mean our actuarial liability would not still be gargantuanly large compared to this. But these are factors. There are ways communities can reduce their OPEB liability, including making decisions about what our future retirees' premium splits will be. Those are obviously very delicate and challenging conversations. And I'm sure everyone here can appreciate these are things we need to be looking at, right? Does anyone have questions about OPEB or these unfunded liabilities?
It was a relatively small assessment that was proposed, wasn't it?
It was.
$5 a week.
Now, so again, I want to highlight that a huge part of this challenge is related to these things. And I think sometimes folks get frustrated, and correct me if you all say, no, everyone thinks it's great. I think fixed cost makes it sound like we have like no agency or control. We have some control, it's just less direct. But for existing personnel, those premium splits are negotiated. And we will talk about, I was gonna make a joke and say an imaginary town of Weston, but that's a real town. Generally, right? If we see this on our budget sheet, then that means that employees are going to see a 10% increase in their premium pay, their healthcare premium bill as well, right? So in a bargaining environment, make it not Easton, right? Put it in a vacuum. If you go to your workforce and say, hey, budget's tight, we need to shift more of these premiums to you, they're going to say, my premiums are already going up 10%. Mm-hmm. And now you're saying make it 20. Unions have a legal right to say, no way. Right? Doesn't mean that that imaginary community doesn't have that conversation. But I think these are sometimes things people look at. They're like, oh, well, I can fix your problem. Just cut health benefits in half. That's not a legal thing. That is an option. And even if it were, it's sort of like talking about the, sped costs. Part of how people are compensated to do these positions is their benefits. So even if it were not illegal to just unilaterally change those for existing workers, there would be a real question of, okay, so then what kind of flight from your organization do you get from workers, right? I didn't want to harp on that so much, but as you can see, that's actually, those benefits cost almost as much as running the entire town government, right? If you scroll down, so to speak. Mm-hmm. There's a couple of smaller things here, but you'll see 10% increases, regional county school assessments. So we have regional schools. Regional schools, and Dr. Cabral, you could correct me if I'm wrong here, regional schools are often at net school spending, which means the state formula looks at them and says you need to increase your budget greater than perhaps a public school like Easton does. But that's because they attribute a different per pupil spend in their formula for those schools. Is that fair?
Yes.
So we don't have a tremendous amount of students that go to these schools. But so if you have a swing of 8 to 10 children in 1 year, that could be a 10+% increase to those budgets. So that's what you see here. State and county assessments, I think that's probably just an estimate at this point.
Right.
But you could see, just even looking at the actual budgets we set, so these are assessments we have to pay back to the state of Massachusetts out of a revenue that they give us, and those have grown from 1.2 to 1.45 million in 2 years. So at a time when our revenue's gone up 1% a year, our assessments have grown 5 or 10% a year. So our net is actually contracting.
Charter school assessments are also included in those, and the state does not
reimburse.
Always, they don't fully reimburse,
Right.
and sometimes they haven't even fully reimbursed to what the initial promise was going to be.
Mm-hmm. So you can see fixed costs, and so again, this is where I'll throw some silver lining. These are preliminary. The GIC is going to actually set rates, I think, in the next 4 to 6 weeks. When we get those rate sheets, we then plug it in with our actual enrollments across all active and retired employees. We do things like incentive plans. I think everyone here's probably got that email every single year, right? Where we do savings share programs, where we go to our employees and say, we don't go to the individual ones, that'd be creepy and weird, but we send a general thing saying, hey, this is the most expensive health plan. If that meets your needs and that's what you and your family want, that is your prerogative, because in the GIC you have a menu. This is a plan that is substantially cheaper for both the town and for you. If that works for you, we will share some of the savings there, and we'll pay a bonus functionally for you to switch, because the savings of switching from those more premium plans to the more cost-effective ones can be so substantial that you can have a meaningful bonus to an employee and still have the town reduce its premium significantly. We've saved hundreds of thousands of dollars.
People
doing
do
it.
accept those.
Yes.
That's great.
But over time, the people who are open to that pool gets smaller. And then you're also starting to put all your eggs in one basket, right? And so, and we've seen that. So a lot of folks have moved into certain plans that were growing at slower rates, and then that plan goes up 12%. And it's like, well, okay, that's suboptimal, right? But we can't predict that future. We also offer people incentives to just opt out. It's Massachusetts, you do need to be on a health plan. But if folks have a spouse who's working and they have a plan that might work for them, we will pay people to leave our insurance pool because of how expensive it is to insure people. And for anyone watching at home saying, oh, well, that sounds crazy, we're still saving a very large amount of money at the end, right? And that person is still insured. So it's a win. So we're implementing those types of cost control measures, and we've had some success, but we're just really up against it. And then overlay, snow and ice deficit. Overlay is for exemptions and abatements on taxes. Snow and ice deficit right now is none. Hopefully it stays that way. Snow and ice removal is the only municipal expense we're allowed to deficit spend in a year, because trying to budget for that in New England is basically impossible. But so you want to budget a safe amount. We budget about $500,000. If we spend over that, you lay that out against the next year's budget, and it's a fixed cost you have to pay before you pay any of the new costs. So that gets you fixed costs growing from 29 million to 34.8, 16.8% increase. In fiscal 23, that was 26.7. Right, and it's getting late for me to do that math, but that's probably pretty close to that size of a shortfall. That is not to say our operating budgets have not grown, they have. And so I'll touch on the town budget, and then I'll turn over to Dr. Brawl on the school budget, but what I think we're trying to do, and Leisha, correct me if I get this wrong, is we gave estimates to you last fall on what kind of the order of magnitude we're probably looking at for a level service number going into next year. And so level service, very clearly looking at this, does not mean level spend, right? Because if the cost of doing everything goes up 5% and you do level spend, then you have to cut 5%. So I'll speak to the town side, and then I'll turn over to the superintendent. But on the town side, we're forecasting at this point in the area of 5.5%. There'll be a more refined number in 12 days. That's much higher than we would typically fund, and there is no way that that is going to be funded, as you could tell, because if you get to the bottom line here, you're at $6.3 million shortfall. That is reflective of the existing fiscal 25 level of staff. It does not reflect restoring things like cutting a position in the police department we did to get to this year. It does not reflect restoring any of the cuts to expenses we did. That's just, what are we doing right now? What does it cost next year? Obviously, we can't afford it, right?
Does it include contractual increases?
All of our contracts are up. So there is an estimate in there, but that's an unknown for us. But we did carry a certain assumed amount in there, but that's going to be dependent on if those contracts are ratified by town meeting. They do include contractual obligations as far as if somebody's entitled to a seniority-based step or a performance-based step, but not a cost of living adjustment. There's an estimate for that, but we don't know the actual. So this does not reflect increasing staff or improving services. Some of the things that are really driving that cost is our regional assessment to SEMREC, which is still substantially less than what we used to pay for dispatch, but that's going up $150,000, so that's a meaningful chunk there. We are continuing to have to pull our IT spending out of what was frankly bordering on reckless, how low it was, to a more appropriate level so that we can maintain our liability insurance, right? Because just like Moody's and these folks are starting to get really into nitty-gritty on OPEB, liability insurers do not want to insure an organization that does not have a good cybersecurity posture for really obvious reasons, right? And a couple of positions that, including one in the police department, which was a layoff restoration ARPA grant that we had tried to incrementally put back into the budget after we cut a position when COVID hit, is having to come into the budget now. So you'll see that. That's it. We are not going to be able to fund that, right? And so what I've said publicly at select board meetings, I'll repeat here, is we have numerous openings in the town's largest departments, police, fire, and public works, that are budgeted in the current fiscal year that we need, and if anyone feels differently, please tell me, because this is, I'm going to do my job and put a budget for it, but I of course care about how you all feel about the data you've been given. These are positions that are funded in the existing year budget. Those reflect the figures you have seen repeatedly that show that those budgets are meaningfully lower than peer departments and agencies, and already staffed meaningfully lower. And not every single one, but many of them have been frozen and are not getting filled right now. And there is a meaningful chance, given the severity of what we are looking at, that we will not be able to fund those and they will be eliminated. Again, I'm not going to say exact numbers but obviously, I mean, and Chris can vouch for this. The town is small enough that it's really not that hard, right? It's, and I don't mean to laugh because it's a grim subject, but so we are already starting to put these things in place now. And then on the school side, there's a footnote about a bit of a range here, but Dr. Cabral, if you want to touch on what this represents.
Sure, thank you. So we came to 8.2% by rolling over all staff with known contractual increases, an arguably modest estimate of increases for 3 units that are up this year. And all of the known contractual increases for all of our services, transportation, special education out of district, utilities. We tried to get as close as possible to what we know. There are some things we don't know. If, of course, anything changes, it changes the number. The reason there's a note at the bottom that this range is 7.2 to 8.2 is because we already know ARPA is going away, and that's about 1%. So I was asked for a level service budget, meaning to replicate all of the services that are in place this year to next year. So it includes that. But as Connor said, we know we're not going to get 8.2%. And right off the bat, I know that the ARPA money is gone, so that's a full percent. Now, I just want to say, because we are being sensitive to people in their positions, if we have staff members that are paid from grants. If a staff member knows they're paid from ARPA, it does not mean they're being eliminated. Mm-hmm. What it means is ARPA goes away, we have to determine what in the operating budget gets eliminated to move a position in if it is a reactive need and it needs to be in the budget. So we don't know what those are yet. We're having presentations on Tuesday from all of our principals. I want to thank all the staff. I haven't seen it yet because they're presenting to the leadership team on Tuesday, all that they've culled from everybody about the needs. It can be very frustrating, as I said in our October meeting, because people will say, well, why am I doing a wish list? We don't have any money. Well, some of those things may be so reactionary and may actually cost more money in the future that we may eliminate something else in the budget to get that in there. And we can't make those decisions unless we know from our staff who are working with the students and doing the work and trying to follow our strategic plan. We don't know what those things are. So this doesn't mean everything in the budget stays as is. We just lose ARPA and we can't add anything. We're not adding, we're only trying to provide level service. So there are no plans to add. However, if we have 100 kindergartners walk in, we educated all kindergartners this year. Level service next year would be educating all kindergartners. That it just is an add, but it's level service. So without buffers, there aren't buffers. Every dollar here is tied to a person or a thing. And whatever, say for example, I just said we were bargaining 3 units. If 3 units are above, bargain above the number that we have as a placeholder, then that obviously has an effect on the budget. We have to reduce it. That's just the mathematical.
What percent of those 3 units represents the total percent of your population?
The majority.
It's like 80,
so it's
90%?
It's unit A, which you saw how many staff. Mm-hmm. Unit A, which is just around 300. paras, which is around 100, and Unit B, which we saw the much smaller number.
Yep.
So it's the majority of the staff.
Got it. Majority of school staff and all town staff.
Yes.
Right.
Also, for the school budget, we're approximately $50 million. So if people want to estimate how much needs to be cut, about 1% is about $500,000. So for every percent, if we end up at 2% or 4% or whatever percent from 8.2%, that very easily tells people how much we need to cut from our budget in order to make it balanced with the town budget for next year. So
I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted not to just like make everyone resign from PACE, but to do exactly that, right? 1% of town operations is, call it 210, schools 5. If we wanted to hypothetically bring both those down to 3%, you're talking cutting 500,000 out of the town's requested increase, 2.5 million out of the schools, and then assume healthcare actually only goes up 5%. That cuts you another million. That's 4 million. That means you still have $2.3 million of a problem.
Any questions? First, thank you. This is real early in the process compared to previous years. We all know we're trying to expedite both your efforts really to inform PACE so that we can expedite our recommendation. I think we talked about how we know this has a real world impact on people, morale, and what's going on in the departments. And the quicker we can get to our recommendation, at the very least, it provides an indication to both our leaders and to that audience of where we are falling. So if we get to a recommendation, which we're going to talk about next, whether it's a revenue only or an expense only or some hybrid, that could impact how people are perceiving the lay of the land and how the wind is blowing. Does that make sense? So thank you guys. This is rough. This is early. We appreciate you guys continuing to push your teams to accelerate the progress because we could use this information to understand the true size of the problem that we have. Does that make sense?
Could I add one more thing and then put it back in the committee, just again for frame of reference? Or I want to say two things. One is frame of reference, and one is trying to make sure folks watching this aren't asking if I'm insane. We, as staff and budget officials, understand that 10% is not a thing, right? So that, but to anchor this, up until last year, typically the preliminary deficit we started our budget process with was between 1 and 2 million. Right? So depending on how you want to count that, this is 3 to 6 times the severity.
And if I could just add something specific to schools, in an effort when I attempted to explain the severity of the upcoming deficit and didn't have the exact numbers yet, because we just literally got information to do this, but had a clear conceptual understanding myself that it was going to be this bad, and said repeatedly, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, and it's going to be really bad. I made a comment when I was challenged about $100,000 that it paled in comparison to the problem. And I've been quoted out of context that $100,000 is a drop in the bucket. And I just want to make it clear that it's in the context of this issue. I respect every dollar, and $100,000 for sure. I was making the statement that this is the severity of the problem, and that is not going to fix this problem.
Sure. And that's related to the salary increase for the paraprofessionals for $100,000. Highly recommend, if anybody wants to, look at the 12-19 school committee meeting. I believe that there were a lot of presentation given regarding the paraprofessionals. I would check the stats, candidly, that were presented there, but it's clearly a hot button issue. The residents voted to try to support the paraprofessional positions at 2024 town meeting. And so there's a dynamic that is going on between that particular group of people and what they're trying to accomplish. I won't go too into it. That's the school committee, that's the school, that's the para-pros, that's whoever.
Right. The only reason I bring it up is because you are outlining the severity of the problem with dollars.
Sure.
And it's an opportunity to show that $100,000 will not fix this.
Sure. Understood. Thank you.
And then Tom, could I ask, this is, you're all seeing this right now. It's the last time you're going to see us before the first budget gets issued. Can I put you all on the spot? Is there any feedback to this situation? I mean, you all, within a reasonable order of magnitude, put the size of a problem in this ballpark before the holidays.
Anybody have feedback? So for me, it feels, to me, it's validating. Meaning we were in a 4.7 range. We were at a low of 3.5, a high of, I think it was 7.3. So, for us to be at a 5 and for this to be at a 6.4 in the very first cut, says that, look, the size of our problem is probably pretty close, to your point, in the ballpark. If we split the difference, instead of it being 4.7, it's a $5.6 million challenge. Again, not that isn't very meaningful, it is, but I think our committee, for all of the ways we got there, we're pointing in the right direction that we have a challenge. This isn't helpful. It would have been awesome if you came back, or it doesn't help us solve it. It would have been great if it was 2, and right? We were like, wow. But look, the fact that you've had a 24% increase over 4 years for employee and benefits from 23 to 26, and it's 24% increase, I don't, I get it. I see that in the private sector, so I understand it, at least from that, across multiple genres of industry, so it's not unique.
Right. Premiums are exploding.
Right. And so, look, so to me, this makes sense. I know that you folks will have to sharpen pencils. I hope that it isn't 6.4 at the end. I hope it doesn't get worse, by the way. Let's all just realize that. It could get worse. This is an early budget process, but I would love for you to find ways to get it to go down. I mean, that's probably a basic feeling and emotion we all have. But unless nobody else has comments, I think it goes into the next question, which is recommendation. Cool. And you just saw it, so digest it. You got comments and stuff, send it to Nancy and I. We'll consolidate it down and send it over to Alicia and Connor. All right, so next item is to begin the discussion on the recommendation process. It's 9:30, so I have a problem going past 10, so I'm going to hopefully get us out of here in 30 minutes, candidly, if we can. Just like general philosophical, not like I turn into a pumpkin. What I would want to ask is for next meeting, if you folks agree, that you came to that meeting with a redefined size of the problem. So whatever you gave the first time, did the presentation tonight on the 26 budget change anything you thought about? Did the January 8th Queesit House presentation change anything that you thought about now that you've heard what the residents value and what they see as challenges and opportunities? And then tell us where you think the solution should come from. Should the solution be all revenue? Should it be all expense? Or should it be a hybrid? And if it's a hybrid, since everybody's like, I'll take C, all of the above, I ask you for your split between revenue and expense. So you have to put the time and the thought in to say, if I have a X million dollar problem and I want it to be a hybrid solution, then I will be asking this committee to recognize and recommend revenue of $3 million, and if it's a $5 million problem, expense reductions of $2 million. And then that way we can start the dialogue of where the committee is leaning and what our beliefs are. What I would like to do is, so that's with January 29th, next meeting. I'd like to finalize our initial recommendation draft, this is beautiful, by the February 12th meeting. What? Bad? Good?
I just rarely meet people who set more aggressive project schedules than myself, so.
Got it?
Yep.
Well, this is our PACE committee, and then I'll lay it out for why this is the time frame, and then we can push back if there are challenges or issues where we can't be successful. That would enable us to do an open house with the community on February 19th. Wednesday, hypothetically. Again, these are just throwing out timeframes. Then the following week, we get to come back on February 26th, taking the feedback from the presentation on the committee to the public on February 19th. And on February 26th, we can work as a committee to finalize our recommendation, which gives Nancy and I 2 weeks to package all of this, or the team, because we'll be presenting within a month to the select board.
Yes, I was just going to say that, 19th is
Perfect
school
time
vacation
to
week.
do it. in the
You had
box.
12 before.
Got it.
Well, no, we have a meeting on the 12th.
We have a meeting on the 12th.
I think, Tom, if I may, Tom's point is it would be a lot of the feedback we got from Open House was this is great. We want to be able to stay involved. That puts an extra onus and burden on this team to have at least some framework of where you're leaning. Because I don't know, like going through that amount of work to schedule another open house to make the same presentation is not going to be valuable to this committee.
Yeah, no.
So that puts real time pressure on.
So 129, we talk initial. 212, we finish our initial recommendation. We skip the school vacation week. 226, which we have a meeting, becomes the open house. And then we meet the week after that to digest what the open house said, the feedback, make any additional adjustments to our draft. That makes it the first week of March, which gives our team 2 weeks to package a presentation based upon our recommendation for the select board's consumption, which then ultimately will be the primary base for presentation at the May town meeting.
So the only add here is adding a PACE meeting March 5th and converting the existing one on February 26th to an open house.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct. Now look, we can hem and haw about is it a Wednesday or a Tuesday, but I'm just getting us into the weekly, right? I don't see another way around it for us to hit our deadlines.
Did you say the 26th
The 26th is the open house.
of February?
Correct. You're the MVP greeter,
will
so
not
this,
be there.
no, this will
I will
not be acceptable.
I will be in Greenville, South Carolina.
What if we move the meeting to Greenville, South Carolina?
I think folks would love it.
All right, well, we're just
I've
going
always
to
wanted
need you
to go
to
there.
create a how-to guide for the greeter that will replace you.
Yeah.
You can't replace her
Like a
smile, no
robot.
matter
Well-
what guide she puts, yeah.
If you all could, I'll send this
Placard.
out. Let me know your availability, because if 10 of us can't make the 26th, then we'll shift.
Same place?
Same, we'll figure out, we'll probably do a different forum.
We need a larger forum.
Yeah, yeah,
Especially at the point where you're gonna have recommendations.
Yeah.
yeah,
There will be.
there'll be engagement. Probably need Stonehill, I would imagine. Wait, Nancy and I are presenting these days, we're on fire.
And we could sell tickets and make
Sell
some
tickets
money.
and make
But
Make
I
revenue.
think we can definitely, we'll find a venue that works.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay,
From a suggestion standpoint, do you want anything that calls out the stabilization aspect, or do you just want revenue versus
That's a good question.
expense?
yep, right now, no stabilization included, to the point of getting to the essence of the problem. Because if you leverage stabilization, candidly, that's gonna be a path that we would not be sustainable over 3 to 5 years. And so I would rather just be upfront about that, and then we can have a discussion. I think that with the utilization of stabilization funds probably falls outside the purview of PACE, and would maybe, I mean, it could be in there, but
Yeah, well, I
let's
mean.
do our first pass
yeah,
without the
am-
stabilization.
Am I hearing correct? You're asking people to give me a number on revenue side, give me a number on expense. You're not asking them to say where these things are coming
Correct.
from, right? So,
Numbers.
would you say, I've told you, I am going to put some stabilization funds in this budget, and that will technically be a revenue, so
But that's why I'm saying, do we allocate for that?
but I don't think you should double count it, though, is
No.
what Tom's saying, right?
And here's the other thing, I guess I would challenge that. If you're gonna utilize stabilization funds, then our recommendation isn't one that's setting the town up for a long-term sustainable trajectory, necessarily. So like, if we do this and you're like, great, we'll do $1.5 million of stabilization, I don't think we accomplished our charge. I think our.
So I will push back on that
Sure.
and say the order of magnitude here, I think, warrants very careful consideration of at least a transition phase.
Understood.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
And I'll this is about other communities. There will be, and I think this has come up here, if we're starting to talk about revenue, which, as we said in plenty of other meetings and at open house, means an override, and there's no savings spend down, people are going to say,
That's
what
literally
are we doing?
that's what I'm
There are other communities that have attempted that, and they fail
Sure.
regularly.
What I would love to understand then, so where I've seen that actually be real
Yeah.
is, hey, we have a one-time expense in FY26 that's $750,000 that's operating but goes away in future years.
Right.
I have no problem with that.
Sure.
But if you say, look, our recommendation for PACE is to increase revenue through an operational override by 500 grand, leverage $4 million worth, I'm exaggerating,
Yeah.
of override funds.
You mean
I'm sorry,
stabilization,
of
yeah.
stabilization funds, and then reduce expenses by $2 million.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that was an unsuccessful
That
charge.
that makes sense. I
Like,
get that.
That's not, we didn't solve anything.
Fair enough.
Okay, so I'll agree that
Yeah.
there's some nuance there.
Sure.
But where, to me, candidly, as a budgeter of 20 years, the only time I've ever seen that to be real is when you really prove to me you have a one-time expense that's going away in year 1 or 2 or 3 that we can all hinge upon and say it better happen, because otherwise we spend 500 grand in the stabilization for 4 years, 2 million out of 6 million goes away. Then like now we're in bad trouble if that still continues and we just lied to ourselves and didn't execute.
Fine.
Cool. Okay.
One maybe silly question, but this is, you're talking about a one-year thing. We're talking about for this coming meeting, this coming town meeting, right? But is the problem going to continue year after year after year? So that what I hear on the news isn't really, I mean, insurance rates are going to go up and up and up and all those things. So it looks like we're going to be behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
That should factor into your recommendation.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
So Tom, if I may, could we then because that's a very good point and it's very real. And there's folks who will intellectually entertain. They're like, okay, fine, let's say even override. You're in the same spot next year because
Right.
these structural factors that play with healthcare, et cetera, growth not being sufficient, back to feedback we heard in my room and Jim's room. I think, and maybe I'm getting a horse in front of the apple cart, whatever the saying is. I'm not a horse guy. But part of this is PACE going to recommend, this is for fiscal 26, immediate things we needed to do. Also, here are long-term things that this town needs to seriously consider as well.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I think once we get to the recommendation phase, we'll have additional facets that we need to consider.
Okay.
For example, if it is anywhere that includes revenue growth, whether it's hybrid or straight revenue, we would probably want to articulate what a covenant agreement we may expect to be executed for our residents to be able to rely upon. So it's not uncommon for, in an override situation, that a commitment be made that there is X number of years before another override would be requested. Or that there are A, B, and C considerations that can't be entertained. So again, this is putting the cart in front of the horse. Sure. So even though you're not a horse guy, you were there, you got it. Good. But look, if the recommendation is that we're going to increase the revenue, then the request or the ask of us for a covenant to be responsible might be that there can be no budget increase over 4% for the next 5 years from either the town or the schools. Making that up. You can do that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a covenant. You can go Google covenant agreement regarding operational overrides in the state of Massachusetts. They've been made. We would probably want to entertain that so that we are going to the community to give them some trust in the process that we want to set a sustainable program. And as much as we're talking about this is the next year, this is a 5 or 10 year solve, people. Like, please know this will impact the trajectory of our community for the next 5 or 10 years. It's conceivable that we say no override, full expense reduction. It leads to really negative impact on programs and services that jolt people awake, which I would hope. Sometimes it has to come to that. But you know, that might happen. But regrettably, we're starting to get in some really impactful territory to our programs and services. And so however we solve it is probably going to be something that we want to make a commitment that we're solving for the next 5 years or whenever that is. So I would just Google that, covenants tied to operational overrides, so that you can educate yourselves and know that we can make that recommendation if we want to. Jen? Oh, so sorry.
Just,
Please.
I'm confused about, just backtracking, kind of what Connor was saying. You want us to come up with a solution not using stabilizations. Is that
Correct.
real time? Because that factors in, him not being able to use stabilization factors into a lot of things that's going to screw up.
You can start naming them, and I can start helping you through them, but the stabilization we just addressed.
I think the reality is it's a given that some stabilization money is going to be used. I mean, I think you have to factor that in because...
I agree. Do you know how much?
No, I don't know.
I don't either, and he doesn't know.
So
by solving it without it,
But
it gives you the
have
worst
to
case.
factor in that you have multiple unions that have not negotiated.
I agree.
Some may choose to punt it for a year. Some may just want to
Sure.
give it. I mean,
And to your point, if we go the expense route, that makes that a pretty different discussion, right? Because now there's no pool of money for negotiated increases.
100%.
Right? So just so that everybody knows, I think you guys
don't think
get
it's
this.
fair to
But
Connor to,
Well,
I
to-
just think it's weird to do it this way.
I appreciate that, but I think, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong here, like, it's not as if PACE is going to pull this recommendation together and then I'm going to take it and input it in the budget and put my name, right? I may be put in a position
yeah.
where PACE says, do these things, ultimately, not to put it on Jen and Dottie, it is really, it's going to rise past myself and Dr. Cabral to the select board and the school committee based on whatever these recommendations are. I have a fiduciary obligation to balance a budget. I also have an obligation to protect services to the extent I can. There's going to be a very uncomfortable tension between what Tom is asking you all to do and what I have to do.
Correct.
And I respect that. That does not mean that if you say, hey, split it 50-50, that means I then go do that. I have to, my budget is ultimately going to be informed. It's all a big circle, right?
So let me exaggerate just to make sure, because we were on the same page, but I think I lost you. So let's say we just assume he's going to use $3 million of stabilization funds. I think we all agree a $3 million utilization of stabilization funds, A, violates our covenant, so we can't use that much, but it's unsustainable. And the definition of our charge is sustainable. Now, if he comes back and he says, I'm going to use $1 million, appropriately so, I'm going to ask him why. And if he says, because I need to keep these 10 positions, I'm going to go back to this committee and say, you didn't do a good enough job. Because if he has to keep the 10 positions, then that means he will continuously use the $1 million that it takes for the 10 positions this year, next year, year after that. So all we did was not force a difficult conversation here. Because he has to do what he has to do to balance. But he can only do that in that $1 million example for 6 years. And we didn't do our job. Reality is, if the solution from the committee is to cut, then what I'm going to come back to everybody and say is, you should have cut more. Now, he may say, I can't cut $1 million in year one, so I need $1 million of stabilization, but I will cut an additional $500,000 in year two, I will cut an additional $500,000 in year three, and I will therefore not be utilizing stabilization funds for a level service of the new environment that the committee has recommended by year three. That I get. Like for whatever reasons, like I have a contract, I have to keep 20 Tom Broussards, fine. But that contract rolls off in 2 years. So at that point, you have to solve how many Tom Broussards you're gonna have. Because you have 20 now, and we're all saying we want you to solve this on the expense side. So I hear you, I appreciate the way you said it, because I'm not removing his authority and responsibility to do it, but I am forcing us to come to a point of all the pain. He's not our get out of jail free card for $1 million. We have to give him that guidance. We have to give the school committee, the select board that guidance.
Unfortunately, the public view in regards to stabilization and free cash, I totally get. I'm again thinking about that 10 or maybe more percent that is just so anti everything. The thing is, the town's got a savings account. I'm not going to do anything until he uses a savings account.
Sure.
I get this exercise and everything like that.
Yeah.
I think the optics of it are going to be detrimental in the long run.
So look, if you all, just let me be clear, if you are advocating for the utilization of stabilization funds, you can say that. I'm letting you know that if it goes beyond 3 years, you really didn't, I can tell you
completely understand.
that we didn't do our job. Like because all you did was give him a problem for the next 3 years.
With an
Yeah.
infinite problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
he's
then I guess-
going to use it. We all know that. But I want the brain power here to give the full solve to the residents. So that way we're letting people know the true pain.
Well, and this could be inverted as well, right? So I'm going to have an uncomfortable situation based on this, right? And I'm very surprised if that's the case. The inversion is true. If everyone on PASE, despite what you all know, said, just fix it, plow $5 million of stabilization in there, you would put me in a tough spot because I would say, absolutely not. Right. I will not do it. Right. So we'll work it out.
Yeah.
Not to be like flip about it, but like I think this is a really healthy and good conversation. And Chris, I would ask you, because you were here, I was here. How many of the folks who would say we can't even entertain this conversation because the town has a modest, like the bare minimum prudent amount saved, would have been the same people when the last override was sought who were saying the town hasn't saved any money, right? Not all of them, but I bet there's a lot of overlap there.
Good call.
Right? And that doesn't mean their opinion's invalid. That doesn't mean they get any more, fewer votes than me and any other resident. But you all have a hard job, and I appreciate Tom putting some of that on you, to reckon with this, right? And as we all know, I'd like to think I've been reasonably effective in my tenure as town administrator, but what has clearly been ineffective from me is communicating the severity of this despite saying it every single year, right? And so you all need to weigh in on that. Is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely.
I had gotten a question from a resident recently about how we could set, if we chose, a different tax rate for commercial versus residential.
That's right.
They had a question about whether or not there's any mechanism through which, on that residential side, to differentiate between owner-occupied and investment properties and to differentiate a tax rate. Is that an allowable
I don't think it's based on the owner occupancy, but there is a residential exemption that is uncommon. That doesn't mean it certainly shouldn't be part of the conversation that this committee has. Wendy
What
can
would
jump
be
in when
what would
start
a
making mistakes.
residential exemption entail? Like,
So,
what do you-
like your CPA bill, right? You pay a CPA surtax of 3% on your tax bill, but it exempts the first 100,000 of your value. My understanding of the residential exemption for the property taxes, it's functionally the same idea, right? Ish.
Not exactly though, because what happens is the amount that you give people an exemption for has to be picked up someplace. So you'd have to
that's
basically
right,
just
yeah.
shift that
It shifts
over
it.
to a different group of taxpayers.
So is it fair to say then, so CPA, the difference is you exempt the first 100,000, you don't make up that lost revenue on the top end.
Right.
But if you do a residential exemption, and let's say, because I don't want to intuit what this person was perhaps thinking, but one of the reasons these conversations are so difficult in Massachusetts is we have a flat tax rate, no matter if you are in a modest 2-bedroom ranch or a 5,000 square foot house, right? And now there are folks, depending on their political philosophy, say, good, that's what it should be. But a lot of tax structures, including federal income tax, are progressive, which is, whereas state is flat, right? Where the greater your salary, you hit those brackets and you pay more. That's not how property taxes work. With an exemption, let's say you exempt the first 100,000 or 200,000 of value. That means that if you're a person with a house that's below the average value in Easton, so let's say your assessed value is 400,000, am I correct? But that means that half of your tax liability just gets shifted up somewhere else in the tax base, functionally?
Yeah, if you get the exemption. So, and typically in a community like Easton, I mean, how many properties really are there? What would that really come out to? It works out mostly in communities like Cape communities where you have a lot of second homes that get rented out to people.
But it's not actually based on the occupancy though, right? It's based on communities that have a really wide swing on values of, right? And the exemption, like, it's not based on who's owning it. It's a value number, is it not?
I believe it's owned based on like second home versus like
There's an
value.
occupancy requirement
I don't think
for
it's a value thing.
For the exemption.
For the exemption. I
Okay.
believe.
Yes, it is right. So you do have to own it to get the exemption as
Oh,
well.
yes, yes.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
a certain number of days or something
Are
like that.
we-
but-
So somebody who owns, maybe somebody owns and rents out 10 properties
Yep.
in town, that's essentially a business for them, but they are not being, and I know I don't think we have a split tax rate.
We do
anyway.
now,
We do now,
actually,
okay.
yep.
But they're not being charged as a commercial, even though that is a business for them, because the properties are residential. Even
Correct.
though they're not owner occupied and that is not their residence.
And just as a reminder, if I could,
Yeah.
Even if you change the rates for all your groups, you have 7,000 different rates. The amount that you can tax.
Right.
is
Still
fixed.
2.5.
All you did was shift
Where it comes from.
Yep.
the pieces of the pie. It's the
Yep.
same size pie.
So
So-
I will just say though that could be an important discussion though if this committee leans towards any kind of override.
It could be, I'll go back to what Wendy said, to make sure we're understanding the germaneness of it. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think that.
Yeah,
we're
it
not
doesn't
gonna-
solve the revenue problem,
Right.
but in terms of sort of the kind of spreading it around equitably in ways that may benefit homeowners versus investors, I think that was where the genesis of the
Sure.
question came from, and the
maybe
person who was
there's a way
asking
we
me.
can Add some color. Again,
Yeah.
if that's
Yeah.
five.
We can.
I just didn't know if there
You'd
were,
have
if
to
there were
have a
even
lot of-
levers that are allowed that
No,
could
but
do something
I'm
like
sure
that.
we can get some basic spreadsheets pulled together though for illustration
Just,
purposes.
Yeah, but
Again, I would just ask you to be thoughtful that if what we're talking about is $5,000, let's do this at
Fair
a
enough.
different time.
Yeah, absolutely.
If-
Yeah.
Right, like
It- it
quantify, but
you
then,
would need a lot of those properties to make a meaningful impact on the residents, which is one reason also why it took so long for us to split
Commercial rate.
the commercial tax rate.
Yep. Great. Thank you. Thanks for indulging the question.
yeah, no, absolutely. So we talked about future PACE meetings, we talked about the next open house. I think the deliverables will be to come, so we'll talk about that. I don't think we sent out the minutes, that's on me, I think
Oh,
we
no.
received them, but I don't think they went to everybody.
Oh,
So
I think you're right.
let's just punt that till
Okay, I
next
think you're right.
meeting and we'll get you all the minutes. We did get them, but
Yeah,
I'm so used to the meeting minutes going out automatically. I apologize.
no, I did the same thing.
Anybody else before we go? Take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
That's Helen
Second?
and Donji. All in favor, raise your hands. It's unanimous. Eric, you can turn us off. Thank you so much.
Can someone?
Have a good night.
Please.